Hello, welcome to Shattermare Live. This is
Hello,
episode
everyone.
1. Hello, how's it going, William?
It's going okay. How's everybody doing? Thanks for joining us.
Pretty good.
Hola.
How you doing? How you doing, Kyle?
Doing all right. There was a hurricane, and it happened, and I'm okay.
Yeah, our post-hurricane stream, which for us it was kind of uneventful up here in the north, but for if you were in like mid-Florida or one of our artists, you got hit pretty hard. So
Yeah, apparently it decimated in the Carolinas. It really hit that hard. There are some places completely wiped out.
oh yeah, they're still dealing with the aftermath from Helene, whatever the first hurricane was. So
Yeah,
but we're here. We're back. And we're here to talk about, I guess, comics. Or kind of a comic channel, yeah. So, but, you know, we usually do our introduction, a little bit of a banter, just to start things up. We're talking before the pre-show. Seems like we're all kind of tired and had a long day. So this may be a shorter stream.
that's okay.
I'm
gonna post it on Twitter.
Oh, there you go. We're a professional show, everybody. So
that's right.
Yeah, my week so far hasn't been very eventful. I realized that I have a lot of stuff to do, and I need to start writing this shit down. I've got a lot of stuff to do for the comic book, and I was just thinking like, oh man, I'm going to be busy this weekend, and I have the show tonight. So like, when can I do in between now and Saturday? What can I do over the next 2 days? And I thought to myself, oh, okay, tomorrow I need to call this person, and then I need to edit this and make sure this is in line and view that. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm just gonna need like a whole day to knock this stuff out. Like I still have to review with the map with you, William. Like there's so much stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Well, let's just do it day by day.
Yeah, I'm just giving the people an idea of the fun of running a comic company and having a day job.
Yeah. I had a art call Sunday for Victor. That's
oh, nice.
Getting close. Working on the art for like the last 7 pages.
Oh shit. Excited about that. We need to send out an email then. Email blast the people. I'm just gonna send it to everybody. So if you're out there listening and you signed up for like Mercenary Guild or you bought out Hardly Heroes,
you're getting an email.
Like, you're gonna get an email. Yeah, just know that it's gonna come from me, and by me I mean Shattermare Comics, and we're gonna be thrilled to tell you about Victor. And we're closing in on our issue 1 of Mercenary Guild too, so that's pretty fun. We're talking about what we're I guess the layout is going to be for that. So,
all right. Well, I'm glad the hurricanes have passed, but yeah, there's a lot of damage in the mid Carolinas and what have you. So, thoughts and prayers go out, and hope you get through this. Our government will probably not help you under the current regime, so.
Yeah, don't expect the government to help you at all.
Yeah.
If you've ever been in the DMV, you should never trust that you should be able to rely on the government for anything. So, but that being said, like that's why it's good to try to talk to your neighbors and form a little community if you can, because you never know what kind of shit you have to deal with, whether it be like a natural disaster or if you live in a city, like riots might break out, some crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
So you just want to kind of prepare and just, talk to the people around you, make sure like, okay, we've got some kind of general plan in case of something like a hurricane or a tornado or an earthquake. Like, hey, where are we going to go? Like, who can we reach out to who? Because another thing about the hurricane, like from what I saw in videos, in the Carolinas, they like I don't know if it was just because of the lack of power or the cell towers, but a lot of people were just like kind of fucked out of internet and a lot of cell service.
Yeah.
So, it's we, like when our most common form of communication is out. Most people aren't used to that anymore. Most people just don't even really know what to do.
Nope.
So there's a lot of panicking. People can't get a hold of loved ones and stuff. So, yeah. If there's like a fund that people are aware of, you should probably donate to that to help the people directly. Like there was a fund set up for like the area around the property I have up there, just like help, people in the communities and stuff. Also, another thing that pisses me off, my property owners associate. Speaking of not being able to rely on the government for shit, my property owners association just sent me a bill for $1,000, and was like, "Oh yeah, we estimated all the damage to the community." And mind you, this is just like roads and stuff, right? This is just like roads getting fucked up and trees falling on stuff. And they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna bill every property owner $1,000 and try to
That
get
is
them
fucked up. That's what your property taxes
Oh,
go
man.
for.
right." Like try to get that to us in like 60 days if you could. That'd be great. But like, okay, like I don't know who you think I am. I'm not like a wealthy retired. I don't even fucking live there. So maybe you should focus on the people that like actually live there full time.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, there's supposed to be. I assume there'd be like some kind of insurance for a community. Just like you have like property insurance for your home or whatever.
Yeah.
So
Of
if there's
course.
something, yeah, so there's someone they could reach out to and file a claim, or
Yeah.
like disaster relief fund or something. So, but yeah, I don't know. So that happened to me. So, and I don't even live there. Like, imagine how much worse it would be if you lived there and you got fucked over by all of the damage from this hurricane. So
What sucks is like here, an earthquake can just hit, and that's it. Like you have no warning. So it's like a bomb going off, and then fuck.
Yeah.
And then water lines are busted and power's out and shit like that. But
what's scary to me is you guys
can't complain. Hurricanes are no joke.
Well, what's scary? What's scary to me is you guys, if you have an earthquake, like you could have a sinkhole. That's crazy too.
Yeah.
The ground just opens up beneath you and fucking swallows you whole. That's a scary thing.
But it's really not like Superman. I mean, the Superman movie where a fucking crack follows you and you have to outrun it in the car. It doesn't work like that. But yeah, shit can happen, but it's usually shit falling on people. That's what does it. So you got to kind of set up
like a building
your home that shit can't fall on you. Like don't have shit over your bed.
Don't have tall shelves with shit stacked on top of them. I know in Japan when they get earthquakes, they can also get tsunamis, or like the eastern part of the world. So that's pretty bad. So like you just got rocked by this hurricane, and then surprise, there's a giant tsunami about to hit you. But so, anyways, enough of that. We're past that now. So you guys ready to shit on modern comic books?
Yeah, of course.
Shit on weather for enough.
They literally they can't get out of their own way.
Yeah.
And for anybody out there that thinks, well, things are going to change if they lose enough money, and they have layoffs. All these entertainment companies and video game companies, they all have layoffs. They all downsize, but the people in charge are still in charge. Tom Brevoort is still in charge of Marvel. And this is what you're going to get.
Yeah. So speaking of what you're going to get from Marvel, and so to your point, William, like it's now a top-down issue. because these people, this ideology is infected the whole company. So it's not like you're going to hire a bunch of shitty writers and staff people, right, to clean house.
Yeah, the most
it's
is like Disney has had a ton of layoffs, and so has Sony, and so has Warner Brothers. I mean, Hollywood is in a depression, but
yeah, it's
yet,
endemic. It's
yeah,
endemic to their whole industry. Like you'd have to have someone who's like Elon Musk
it might
come
be
in and
over.
buy them.
It might be past the point of no saving. But the point is that the people in charge, we still say the same names: Tom Brevoort, Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, Kevin Feige. That bitch at Sony. What's her name? I can't remember her. She did Ghostbusters 20. Blah 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 blah. The heads, the people who should be fired are not, and you probably have some good people with all these other. I mean, I'm sure there's some woke tards being laid off and whatever, but there's probably some good people too who couldn't speak out, and they're being shown the door. And we're coming up on the holiday season, and that's rough, man. I mean, they're the ones that have to pay the price.
Yeah,
for
they pay the
leadership fucking up.
Yeah, and then only until everything collapses, then the people on top, are finally affected.
And they probably get golden parachutes so they can go retire. I mean, do you think Bob Iger ever has to work again? Fuck no.
No, Bob Iger hasn't had to work for like probably the last 20 years of his life.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw one year what he gets. I mean, he's one guy.
32 million, something like that.
Yeah, and like bonus and options and stuff. So, but they're losing hundreds of millions of dollars. I saw an article recently where it's like they named like a string of their really shitty movies, and they lost like hundreds of millions of dollars on those movies. Like,
and
total.
the only
But here they are.
Real movie that's made money. Well, there have been two movies that made money for him, but one it's comic related, and it's Wolverine Deadpool. It was Bob Chapek that greenlit that. It was not Iger.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't much better. He was a giant pussy.
He's a giant pussy, but
he
at least
gave in to all their demands.
He greenlit that, and
yeah, he was a business guy, and then he just bent the knee to all of the other people that were pressuring him.
Yeah,
it was basically set up by Bob Iger. But so, anyways, so you have like a one-off hit from Marvel and their Ultimate Spider-Man, and instead of them turning around going, maybe we should do more of what makes that book great, which they have no idea why in the first place, they go, well, I guess that'll just pay for all of the other shit slop we like to produce. so this Jillian Blum, probably exactly who you'd expect her to look like here.
Yeah, so she's probably a blue-haired.
This is her. Well, the hair's in black and white, but you can take a guess. Yeah. It's probably a bunch of different colors. So, all right, back to the article.
Wonder how many long boxes she has.
Probably a long box full of dildos and cats. So the Marvel writer confirms new Hawkeye is non-binary. So, it's not any of the other Hawkeyes. So I guess they did learn something, right? They're like, oh, we shouldn't fuck with the old characters. We should just get rid of them and make them.
Yeah, I guess that's something.
Kind of gay. So like that's a baby. Something. That's a baby step, yeah.
That's something. Right. It's like we're not going to make Hank,
right?
This. So we're just going to make a new one. Okay, but then don't call him Hawkeye. So they're getting half of the equation right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, yeah, because they're still treating everything as a mantle. So
yeah, because that's the only way to make people care about their new characters.
Right. So
even though like manga, they can create new IP and new characters all the time, and people love it. They, I mean, again, American comic books, they're like they can't just figure this shit out.
Hawkeye is a niche character, but everybody who's into archery loves Hawkeye, and everybody who's into motorcycles, they love Ghost Rider, even though they're niche characters. You know what I mean? Like,
That's
I
why
know
I
a
like
lot of bikers that buy Ghost Rider comics back in the day because he rode a Harley and threw around a chain and was badass, and they dug that. And so,
oh man, so it's like they could see themselves in the character.
exactly, in a way. I think they just like the whole motorcycle theme.
No, I get it, but you agreed to something you shouldn't have agreed to.
No, but I think they saw
Yeah,
saw that it was something they could relate to with a motorcycle superhero.
Yeah, well, look,
You know.
it's all fine when you make.
I don't think
characters
they
that are-
cared what color he was because his color never came into.
well,
You know.
even with a color character, it's fine. But like the demographic they're clearly appealing to when they have all these labels and they're like the most basic dumbass like low IQ label. It like on the surface it's always like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, whatever. But then you think about like, well, who actually reads comics? Guys who are into
Yeah.
badass bikers, guys who
Yeah.
are into fucking sweet archers. Like, yeah, I saw Green Arrow doing archery and I was like, this is sick. And I saw him riding a Ducati. I'm like, all right, sweet. I want to do those things, So
Yeah.
but yeah, so they have this, but then the part of this is like you have this character, and I don't see a quote in here from the writer unless it's down here further. But this is just this Jillian Blum's interpretation. So it's even worse than that. It's like some like low effort writer at Marvel writes a character. Actually, I'll give them more credit. Like this could theoretically be a great character, and then this fucking retard comes in here and writes the character as non-binary because Charlie Ramsey is, let's see, where they say. Let me scroll down. So in the Ultimates 5, the new Ultimates, okay, so she says, this is Jillian, by the way, this isn't the writer. Okay, this is her words. The writer of this article, sorry, not the writer of the actual comic book. Charlie is non-binary, identifying as Two-Spirit, and also comes from the Oglala band of the Native American Lakota Nation tribe. It's like Kyle and I are pretty good friends with a guy who's Native American. Like he grew up mostly in a tribe, like a modern tribe in Florida and in Central Florida. And I would like to get his take on this because he'd probably read this article and be like, "This person's a fucking idiot." because I'm not
our Native Americans very traditional in their roles as far as.
No, it's worse than that. It's everything this stupid dumbass Jillian girl would hate. So they're very traditional. They're very spiritual, and a lot of their spirituality comes from like what we would like what's been popularized by like Eastern religions or like very pagan.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And so a Two-Spirit is a fucking spiritual term. So look, I'm not an expert on Native American tribes and like their traditions and their culture, but I know one thing: this isn't a sexuality. All these people are fucking weirdos, and they're always trying to make people gay
because that is their religion.
Yeah, well, their religion is they don't get sex, and they're obsessed with resentment. Like they're so resentful of like regular normal people, so they grasp at any straws, anything. They're desperate.
Oh, and hey, Fanta came in. Hey, Fanta.
Hey, how's it going? So this person writing the article doesn't know shit about shit. And so they're like, oh, well, this person, because they're Two-Spirit, which is something I've heard about in Native American tribes, they're clearly non-binary because Two-Spirit's like two different genders, right? So that's like a sexual thing. So that's like their sexual kink is their Two-Spirit. They're not one gender or the other. And I'm like...
They had multiple spirit or spirit guides or things like that for that kind of held reign over certain things. You know what I mean? As far as the elements, as far as the earth, there were different spirits they prayed. They had different gods, multiple gods that they would pray to for certain things that had certain domain. So this two spirit thing, I just don't get until you just explained it. It's like, what? This person would be banished from the tribe. I mean, because men had to be one thing and women had to be another, and that's just how it was. That's how they survived for thousands of years.
Right. Well, again, this is some progressive white woman's projection onto things she has no understanding of, and is like, okay, cool. This totally lines up with my worldview, and part of it's like, oh well, they're like every minority in other culture is like a pet. It's like a pet culture.
It's a purse puppy.
Yeah, they're like, oh, cool. I can relate. It's literally like when people are like, oh, hey, hello, fellow kids, or like, what up, my homie? You know, when you're like talking to a black person,
like when Kamala Harris adopts some fucking accent, like, "How you doing, man? How you doing?"
They're like, "Oh, I totally relate."
Like, "Oh, wow, she's one of us."
Right. So in this case, it's just like so far beyond the pale. So I just want to point that out because these people will be the first to be like, "Oh, you're just not educated. You just don't know all the retarded shit I do in my head." But no, these are the dumbest, lowest IQ, lazy retards that do absolutely no research.
And there's actually a line in this comic where somebody asks him, "Are you named Hawkeye because you have the eyes of a hawk?" And the guy says, "Oh, you stupid white people think shit like this about Native." It's just like,
yeah, but they do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So on the one hand,
like,
I'm like,
that's not a bad question to ask. It's like, you know,
yeah,
if you're named really... Running Deer, does that mean you can run fast? Oh, where the fuck did you get that, you fucking racist white pizza? What's I don't know.
Yeah,
Running Deer. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, we could see who the writer is on this, but if they're not Native American, because this could be a good origin. I mean, you do have like kind of a lazy, to me, what seems like a lazy. Oh, he takes up the mantle. Well, he's not Clint Barton, but this guy, Clint Barton, actually refuses to become Hawkeye in this universe. So this guy, who despises this energy company and the way they're treating the Native Americans.
So it's environmental. So it's got your
so it's your lazy
DEI.
Yeah, it's lazy, like environment, right? But I mean, theoretically, this could still. I mean, if you don't read that part, right, they could still be good. But to your point, if there's a line in the book about, like them setting up someone, asking them an ignorant question to call them out. Again, that's like how a liberal person. No offense, Kyle. That's how. I mean, look. This is how I used to think. I'll just say this is how I used to think. Okay, I'm not saying this is how all liberal people think, but you feel like you're always walking on eggshells.
Yep.
Because instead of just being honest and asking people honest questions, like, "Oh, is that why your name is Hawkeye?" Like that, like the assumption is, oh, you're gonna get ridiculed because you're stupid. You're just a stupid white person. You're so uncultured and uneducated. Like you should just know by default. So it's really weird because it's like you're fucked if you do. You're fucked if you don't.
Yeah, because they always want to have the conversation, but then they don't.
Right. So it encourages you to actually be ignorant and stupid and uncultured because why risk like the ridicule of just asking an innocent question, like something about the person, like, oh, what does two spirit mean? Like this lady wouldn't just go actually ask a native or like Google it because she's so arrogant and narcissistic and already knows the answer. It's exactly what fits her worldview. How convenient. but she's probably deep seated in that narcissism is the insecurity and fear of like, oh, I'll be ridiculed if I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a real weird fucked up. That's what makes it kind of like a cult. Like this weird fucked up idea where you're like, oh, I'm afraid to.
This is another chance of taking a white character and turning him into something else instead of and before anybody says, well, this is new, he's still named Hawkeye. Like, I have no problem with Miles Morales, but name him the Ebony Spider or something like that.
I mean, honestly, I don't even care.
Spider-Man.
I don't even personally care about it being a mantle. Like Batman is training all his Robins to one day take over because he'll be too old to be Batman. And so he becomes like the patriarch of the family. I don't care about that. What I care about is that it's lazy and they don't do enough research into the people that they're writing about to write an interesting story. And then this person doesn't even know enough about what they're writing about the person that's writing the comic to make an informed article. So it's a bunch of fucking idiot people who are up their own asshole trying to write a story about a character they can't possibly comprehend because they're so fucking lazy and narcissistic. Like they already know. Why do any research? Why try to find anything interesting about this character when you already know all the answers? Oh, of course.
Well, the answers are that he's non-white and non-binary, and that's it. That's the character. That's it. That's who he's gonna. That's who he is. That's who he's gonna be. Well, if you don't like him, you're a bigot.
And right. They're filling in with their like childlike worldview, and then when you call them out, then you're the bigot because of all the things we just discussed. So I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't remember how
maybe they do a good job. I don't know who's working on the book, so I don't know who's the writer or who's the artist. So
this actually makes me want to read the book because this person has no fucking idea what they're talking about.
Yeah,
like I mean, it's Marvel, so it's like I'll probably still be disappointed, but I don't know. As far as this article is concerned, it's disappointing. Like the little amount of effort, and then these people call themselves journalists. Like you're just a shitty blogger that for some reason this random website that's probably a shell company for someone hired you for. Like, what are even this person's credentials? Writer for The Direct, Love Comics, both Marvel, Percy Jackson, and theme parks. Why is Percy okay?
Whatever.
Because she's a Gen Xer instead of
be right back.
Millennial.
I doubt she's
so the term Two-Spirit was created in 1990 at the 3rd Annual Native American First Nations Gay and Lesbian Conference in Winnipeg.
Yeah, of course it was. All right. Well, I have to do research.
According to this professor of sociology that I'm reading about, the concept and word Two-Spirit has no traditional cultural significance.
Oh, so it's literally just bullshit made up by people and then literally projected onto people. That's even worse. Oh my god, that's so bad. Like, they're referencing their own fucking projected bullshit. I mean, I Googled this and the AI overview for Google says it's a term used by some indigenous North Americans to describe people who have a third gender role in their communities. They can also refer to persons' masculine and feminine spirit in their body. So, wow. So that's even worse. So they created their own bullshit, and then they're referencing their own bullshit for a culture they have no knowledge of, and they're just making it up, and they're like, oh.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like revisionist history going on.
Yeah.
Like there was someone that published a book at a university in 2018 that was describing Native Americans as having trans people that they refer to as being two-spirited people.
Yeah, I heard. See, oh man, see that's how fucked up I am by their bullshit. So I know that is a thing. Like they'll just refer to people as that, but I assumed there was some actual word that they just redefined and then stole to use for their own idea. But
Not to
no, they
dig
just
too much into everything, but like non-binary and trans are like two different things. So for
I
like
don't
both
know.
groups to
I don't
claim the same
even.
phrase, someone doesn't know what they're talking about.
I
I don't
don't
know
know
who.
yeah,
what
but it's
non-binary
all
means. To
gay
be
made up
honest,
bullshit. So I don't care about that. I care about whether they're actually, according to their own words, are culturally appropriating something from another culture. And in this case,
It's like cultural inception.
yeah, it's just inception.
well,
Like they're
let's
not
see who
even.
the writer is. If the writer's not Native American, then they're cultural
Oh
appropriating.
no, no,
Because
no! It's worse than that, William. You left. It's worse than that. It's their own made up bullshit that's self-referential that they're then projecting on the North American tribes.
yeah,
Like it's not even a thing that comes from Native Americans.
because like I spent time in North Dakota. We lived there for a while, and so I knew a lot of people of like Sioux descent, things like that, and whatever whatever tribes up there. I mean, and great people, whatever, but we had reservations. I mean, we have reservations here in California. They're all
Wow.
gambling casinos. So
Yeah, that's a big
don't
part of the culture.
gamble at them, dude. Just go to Tahoe. You have a better shot at Tahoe at winning than what we call the Indian. Is that racist now to call it Indian? I don't know. But the Indian casinos around here, don't go to. I mean,
Yeah, no. So Kyle Google did just a quick Google search, and there was some gay conference.
yeah, there was a
and
gay.
They,
Yeah,
and they came up with it in like the '90s. Yeah, and so they're just saying, "Oh, this character is two spirit because they're native." Like, do you see people how fucking
Can
racist?
somebody educate me for real? Like, what does non-binary mean?
Oh,
'Cause
so not so.
I've acted like I know what it is, but now I'm just gonna. I'm serious. It's kind of like, have you ever read Starship Troopers? And I say, yeah, I did. It was completely different from the movie. I never read the fucking book. All right? It's a lie. It's a complete lie. I've never seen Casablanca.
Oh shit! You heard it first,
Okay,
folks.
so these are lies. So I'm just
Damn.
coming clean. It's a confession. Bless me, Father, for I've sinned. It's been 75,000 days since my last confession. And I want to know what the hell non-binary is in language I can understand.
All
Go.
right, you ready? Okay, non-binary is. I'm gonna give you like the meta definition and like the literal definition of
Okay, I
of
can
the gay
take
people.
both.
Okay, so non-binary, binary being the masculine and feminine. Non-binary means that you identify as somewhere in between those two or neither of those.
So it's not androgynous.
Androgynous. Yeah, so non-binary is the goal, the ultimate goal. That's the other thing I want to mention by this person. So non-binary is the ultimate goal if you believe in equality and you don't believe in nature. If you don't believe in reality at all, non-binary androgyny is the goal, because then you can literally have people interchangeable widgets.
Okay.
Like, there's no such thing as masculine. There's no such thing as
So like
feminine.
you go to a bar and not say, well, this is a sausage fest. It's just
Right.
Hey, there's 200 people here. I can just go off, right? So it's kind of like what bisexual used to be.
Right, but bisexual still implies a hard definition of sex and gender. Like, you're attracted to sexually. Yeah, this is literally nothing. Like, you could be anything, and when you're anything, you could be nothing. So this is their goal. That's why it just happens to be that, like, this affects women.
So I could look at an old hairy trucker and say, and find love. And
Well, until reality smashes you in the face. But no, I feel bad for women too, because like we're guys, we bitch about this stuff and like the entertainment and the hobbies that impact us. But like this isn't good for women either. Like when you're told to hey shut up and let this like 200-pound trans woman just destroy you in the ring,
It's a great
like
segue
it's
to.
not.
You can look this up. My alma mater, San Jose State, has a man playing women's volleyball, and
Oh
right
man,
now,
everyone's
5 teams,
boycotting it.
yeah, 4 or 5 teams in the conference have forfeited
But
against
then the
San Jose
universities
State.
are all upset about it. The
Yeah,
universities are all like, we don't support our people that are boycott. It's like a whole shit show.
yeah, they might take scholarships away from those women. Right now, the latest is University of Nevada, Reno, or UNR. And they don't want to play against San Jose State. The last, I think, was Colorado State or somebody, because they have a woman, and they just forfeit the game. And the university is saying, we don't support this. And they may take action on those women who and the team who, because they let the team vote.
Some school like Liberty should just be like, hey, if your school revokes your scholarship, we'll give you a free ride. Liberty is like a super religious like kind of school.
Oh,
but I applaud
I wouldn't.
those schools, and you can look it up.
I mean,
Just look up San Jose State women's volleyball, and you'll see the stories. There's been 4 or 5 teams already, and UNR. You would think Nevada's becoming more and more blue as we talk. So when people say move to Nevada, no, because they're just changing.
No.
But the thing is yeah, San Jose State is in the wrong, and that's my alma mater. And I like to see them do well in sports, including women's sports. Great. But I do applaud these other schools saying, because there have been women hurt seriously by a man coming over the net and spiking a freaking ball in their face and busting their nose and their orbital bone and shit like that. So
yeah, and women aren't going to speak out about it really because
they are now.
They're scared. Well, they are
now, and I applaud,
but not
them.
really. But not really. Like they're very social creatures. You know what I mean? Like
no.
It's going to be.
But in this instance, they are now, and they're saying San Jose State, as long as you have that fucking guy, we're not even going to play the game. You get the win.
They'll just not play. Which, I mean, you could look at that as a good thing because now men will just take back over all the sports, and they'll just identify as women. But like, is that really the society that you want to live in? I don't. I don't. I mean, you can call me a simp or a white knight for that, but like, it's negatively fucking over everybody. Like this is what happens when you're trying to just constantly gaslight your society into believing complete nonsense.
It is, because when we look at so for the most part, most women's sports aren't very successful, but there are some that are. One of them is tennis. Mm-hmm. Women's tennis has been very successful from the days of Billie Jean King, Martina Navratilova, Chris Everett, Steffi Graf. I know my shit all the way up. Imagine some fucking dude who can pull off 150-mile-an-hour serve.
Yeah, I could. If I walked on the court right now, out of shape, haven't really played tennis like in years, I could still probably serve. I don't know. I could probably hit like an 80, 90 mile an hour, which for men's is like really bad. Like that's like like you want to hit like
racket bad. It's
like you want to hit like 130. I think it was the record over the last few years. Okay, maybe I haven't measured it. Maybe I'm closer to 100, a little over. I don't know. Anyways, my point is like, yeah, I could destroy like most women at tennis.
Yeah.
I could just identify as a woman, as a
but
female.
The thing is that the fact that as women competing against each other, it's been successful for a very long time. It draws just as much as men.
Well, they have the cute little skirts, little tennis skirts.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really want to see Martina Navratilova in a cute skirt? I mean, it wasn't a pretty sight. with their cock flopping out. Okay.
I mean, that's what people love Lady Gaga, right?
Yeah, I guess so. And like female figure skating
shut
in
us
the
down.
Olympics, when you look at the Winter Olympics, the biggest draw is the female figure skating. And maybe it is the way they look, the way they are, but nonetheless,
Of course it is.
They
And
draw.
they're
Go see
graceful.
who the biggest NIL earners are in women's collegiate sports. It's not always the the best people. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it, you know.
But you have some fucking guy there kicking the shit out, like we saw in the Olympics this summer. Fucking man in the ring just dropping bombs on women. It's like, I mean, one part of me, the MGTOW part of me was laughing my fucking ass off. And then the other side of me was like, this is just wrong. Like this is
we all know it's wrong, but no one's doing anything about it. And I mean, there's all kinds of other problems we can go into, like, there's the gender component, there's the racial ethnic component. There's all kinds of like the shit people just they just want to act like doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like you call it cultural components, whatever. Like but there's all kinds of problems in our society.
But there are people standing up, and if you look up, there's plenty of articles, and it was on Fox News and in a number of other outlets about San Jose State's volleyball team and how teams are just. And Kyle already knew about it before I even brought it up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But people haven't really reached the level of.
That's what it takes, though. Yeah. That's what it takes.
That's definitely the next step. Yeah. Like the next step is people just going, okay, well, I'm just not going to engage with you.
Yeah.
But the problem is at some point there's no I'm just turning away. There's no I just don't want to engage with you. Like they're going to force you to engage with them. It's going to be everywhere. So I guess at that point people will just have nothing to lose. So, it'll solve itself. I'll let people use their imagination how that's going to go down. But
yeah,
we'll just say it's a self-correcting problem at some point.
Yeah, TFM has some nice theories about it.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like we were talking about before the show. I mean, people are creating the monster that they're projecting, like that they're accusing everybody of, that they're constantly trying to create, to externalize all of their problems, like all of their desires onto the world. But paradoxically, they're going to create the outcome that they complain about. And when they do, it's going to be real. It isn't going to be, people pointing out the hypocrisy of, oh, well, if Donald Trump was such a fascist, why aren't you in a gulag? No, they're going to be in the gulag.
Yeah.
Like for real.
It won't be by Donald Trump.
It won't be by Trump, but it's going to be somebody, and it's going to actually be the monster that they're shouting about all the time. It's going to be really fucking bad.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be a one-party government. I mean, in fact, they're going to vote it in. Like they're going to be so unaware, they're going to vote it in, and then that's going to be the end of voting.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to go from 0 to 11 and make it about politics, but just like
I know. Well, I mean, because something like this comic really speaks in, because you wonder has the comics industry taken enough black eyes? Apparently not. Apparently. So anybody who thought, well, things are going to change because Peter Parker and Mary Jane are together, or what? No. Fuck no. Marvel is trash. If you're going to buy a comic, just buy Titans Conan comics. I think they have like 3 different titles
well
now.
Yeah.
And
I mean, here's the realization.
Or buy Mercenary Guild when it comes out.
Yeah, go buy Mercenary Guild, man.
This is the only way comic books can get attention, is by doing shit like this, I guess.
Right. Well, see,
I don't know why else they'd be doing it.
That's a good segue into what we're going to be talking about in a little bit, which we could jump into now if you guys want to.
Sure.
Okay. So,
Well,
well, let's talk about some stuff we might like first. Let's like
okay.
do a little palate cleanser
All right.
before we just continue blackpilling people
Positive.
about.
And
Yeah,
again, thank
yeah,
you, Phantasma, for coming
yeah.
in here.
Thanks for hanging out.
She's a
Okay,
beautiful,
so
lovely woman.
some stuff that is in more of our sphere that I like. Well, let me do this one first. I don't know if I ever mentioned this on the show. And I'm not a big Joan Jett and the Blackhearts fan, so don't take this as like I'm advertising for Joan Jett. I'm actually advertising for Z2. So if you guys haven't heard of Z2 Comics, they're pretty cool. Like we're not sponsored by them or anything, but I just want to give a shout out to them because sometimes they do some interesting stuff. They basically are a small press publisher for how to explain this. Like they they do stuff that involves music and artists and bands. So like right here, you see they have an Iron Maiden. Like that's pretty fucking cool.
That's
So,
cool.
for example, let me click in and then show you guys what I'm talking about. So like, what they'll do is reach out to like they'll license like Iron Maiden. I shouldn't say license
Okay, yeah,
because
they've done like I've seen this Iron Maiden
yeah,
comics and
yeah. So they'll do like a it depends on what the artist want to do, but they'll do like graphic novels. So this is like an Iron Maiden graphic novel, which is pretty fucking sweet. Or, it could just be like testimonials, like stories from the bands. Like I got one that there was like a Holy Diver graphic novel by Dio, and that was a
from
story.
Dio.
Yeah, and then you got like a picture disc, and then I got a Gorillas one, which is like mostly just like memoirs and art from the band and stuff, like stories on the road that they, So it depends on what you're getting, but they'll do pretty cool stuff like this. So then, obviously, like this one's a hardcover for 39. You get, they're limited to 200. So they're really going after the FOMO, but like, they've got a bunch of different. Like here, let me just go to the graphic novels and art books. So they have a million different varieties of stuff, right? So like here's another here's two different versions. Here's the Dio one I was talking about, the deluxe
Yeah.
edition, Starfall. So they've got they have a Weird Al one. They have all kinds of different groups. It's not like any one in particular.
Didn't they have a Kiss one?
They probably do. I mean, I got a couple of them pretty early on when they started. Like they've got Pantera. It's kind of cool. I mean, they've got a ton of them. They've got Quoras.
And what are they called again?
So this is called Z2comics.com. So here's the Gorilla's Almanac. They did that with them. Like they have a bunch of different. I mean, here's a Beethoven anthology someone did. So it's they have some older stuff, modern stuff like Machine Gun Kelly, Sublime, and so you can also get vinyls, like depending on the edition you get. So if you collect vinyls, like I do, and comics, you can get like some picture discs, some vinyls of stuff you can't normally get. Some of the stuff's like like this is pretty cool. I don't know if this album was ever on vinyl to begin with. So
Yeah,
stuff like that. So
I'm
yeah,
actually a Joan Jett fan. Like in fifth
nice. There
grade
you go.
when her solo album dropped, I Love Rock and Roll and shit. I played that thing. It was good, and I went to I don't know if it was a crew concert or whatever, but this is basically the book on Joan Jett. Like you never let her open for you because she will blow you off the fucking stage. Like
there you go.
This is a woman who breathes it, lives and breathes shits rock and roll. I mean that it's just in her blood, 100% all the time. And I don't think she's a great musician or she's not Yngwie or Eddie Van Halen or anything like that, but they're just a cool, just simple rock thing vibe about her. And there's always been rumors. Well, is she a lesbian? Is she? Who gives a shit? I never cared.
Yeah,
I liked her
probably. Who
music.
cares?
Yeah, who cares? I liked her music, and she puts on a great live show, and so it's cool that they're doing something with her.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll do Sturgill Simpson, that one's cool. So they've got a bunch of stuff, and I guess now they'll sell what is this? Interesting. They did an RPG with them. That's kind of cool. So yeah, so they're even branching over into other kind of genres. But so they've got a bunch of different stuff. I guess now the way they kind of do it is if it's like a graphic novel or art book, you can get the bundle or you can just get like the vinyl. So you can get like vinyl separately now, which is cool because they used to do it as like a tier, but
Yeah.
maybe now they're like, okay, well, people want to get this separately. So they've kind of grown into a pretty sizable like little publisher or whatever you want to call them.
Wow.
But so that one's pretty cool. So I like them. I haven't gotten
Because
something.
I've seen those Iron Maiden books on the shelf at the comic store when they had them as
Yeah.
floppies.
Oh,
And,
cool. So yeah. So
yeah.
then they did maybe the hardcover with them or whatever. But yeah, like they've got Judas Priest exclusive stuff here. So they've they branched out and doing. I guess they even have like trading card and collectibles now. But yeah, so if you're into comics and like music vinyl stuff, I would check these guys out. I mean, they've got they
Okay.
have Czarface. That's cool. Yeah, they were pretty
So they're,
wide variety of stuff.
I got another thing I can bring up that might be positive. We don't know yet.
Okay.
But they're re-releasing Heavy Metal Magazine.
Oh, cool.
Some new people involved, and
There
John
you go.
Delaros covered this on his video today, and he actually has the cover, and it looks cool. Looks very sci-fi. So hopefully they got the right crew in place to do, because Heavy Metal Magazine really fell off and became what we don't like. And hopefully it's been re-released. I think it's owned by different people, and so wait and see if it's good. If it has all the elements of the previous one, then I think that's going to be a good something to invest in. Or we'll see. The reviews will be out soon enough when it comes out, but Heavy Metal Magazine lives again, and hopefully they learn their lesson from what caused them to fall in 2019, 2020
Hmm.
period.
So there you go. Yeah. So we'll keep on checking out heavy metal and see if their new releases are good or if they suck too. We'll talk about them.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to have some, hate to tell you this, but it's got to have some scantily clad women and.
Oh boy, golly gee. I guess I'll just have to prepare myself accordingly. So another thing that I think I might like, that I want to show you guys about, is the latest from our friend Eric July at the Ripperverse. Well, probably not really our friend. We don't know him, but so here this guy gives.
Actually, let me just share the cover. There's and the article.
All right, do it.
Okay, it's in the private chat. So it's has a sci-fi vibe to it.
Oh, that's cool.
We'll see. It's got an American flag. I can't imagine woke tards wanting an American flag in their thing, but anyways.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, but the thing about, I mean, it's all going to depend on what their sales are, Their sales could shit the bed when they release it because it's, I mean, heavy metals.
Yeah, look at that
really
cover, though. That's a good cover.
Yeah, it looks cool. I'm just saying it's not really like in the cultural landscape like it used to be. You know what I mean?
No.
So
neither is even the music genre.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Hopefully, If you like it and it's good, you got to go support it, because if their initial release, re-release, shits the bed, they're just gonna go woke for brownie points to get picked up by Image or whatever. Okay, so next thing.
All right. So something to look forward to, folks. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe we'll continue our coverage.
I'm hopeful.
So Rippaverse is in full swing, trying to sell overpriced graded covers, as is the thing to do for comic industry, is just oversaturate the market with shit that isn't collectible, but charge $150 for it. And I'm not singling him out.
What is the current? I'm going to look up the current price of a Rippaverse mag on eBay.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited because it looks like fulfillment starts on the 18th of November, William. So that means next year, next November, we can look forward to it being like a $5, right? Because he did ISOM, and then like a year. When did they do the $5 sale? The summer. So like,
there could be a Christmas. There's usually a Christmas deal, so we could be coming up on.
Ooh,
that's when I got my shirt.
So you think like not even a month after the book is released, he'll do like a huge 70% discount on the book?
Possibly, maybe not that book, but
yeah.
So I'm seeing ISOM 1 cover A and B, so 2 issues. First printing, $45 of best offer. Cover 1A, $40.
Oh, that's a cool
Somebody's
cover.
trying to sell a triple cover bundle for $500. Good luck. ISOM 1 graphic novel comic book, $20. That's the cover almost... C. $10 for another cover C.
Oh wow.
$90 for signed by Eric July, which is what I have, cover A. But no.
This is fucking cover. Why don't they even say who's in? It's under oversight there. Anyways, okay, yeah, so you can get it for lower because no one can make their money back off of it.
Yeah, and again, none of these things are look like they're moving or have much bidders.
Yeah, for sure. You probably contact them, make an offer.
Do you need a graded copy? Why? I mean, if the copies that aren't graded aren't moving, I have a signed cover A of ISOM 1. Yep, I don't think I could get realistically $20 for it.
Yeah, none of this stuff has mainstream appeal. So like, it's all like YouTuber merch. Anything that you're getting from a YouTuber, it's not like you're gonna sell. With the exception of maybe like Mr. Beast swag, because he's got like
Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, some of those guys.
Yeah, but even then, it's not like, it's not like to the point where you can list it on eBay and people are just like, oh, okay, that's cool collectible, I'll buy that.
Fuck, I could get more for a Tim Pool signed beanie hat that I probably could.
Probably, yeah. Probably ironically. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, it's just a bunch of, it's kind of a scam. I mean, we've got some books graded. I'll just tell you, I'm not getting any more fucking Hardly Heroes or Mercenary Guild books graded unless we sell the ones we have.
Yeah, we had a good experience with the first ones we got graded. We sold a shit ton of them, but maybe that bubble's starting to kind of.
I think the bubble is bursting, and I would let people get it graded on their own. Fuck it, I don't know.
Or like,
me. I'm not a businessman.
Yeah,
or like pre-order it or something. Like, hey,
exactly,
we'll get this graded for you.
Yeah, like it could be a tier reward where if it's like, hey, I want to buy your guys' book, and I'm gonna have an add-on to get it graded, and then we're just providing a service. Like, okay, cool, we're gonna use our vendor that we use. Here's the cost. Like,
Well,
we'll ship it to you that
this
way.
is the thing you have to
Right.
realize. And yes, we have eBay, and so that can help collectors. But a lot of times people want to sell to comic shops, and at least in my area, many comic shop owners are very beholden to the big two, or they are anti comics gate, anti indie. Like they probably know who Eric July is, and they probably don't like him. So they're not going to buy it no matter, no way, no how. They're not going to put it on their shelf,
Well,
even if it was valuable.
it's a big risk. It's not even that a lot of these shops are like biased one way or the other against the book.
Yeah,
It's that, I mean, if they're if anything, if they're biased one way or the other, it's just because it shows how biased their customer base is one way
yeah.
or the other. Because again, they're still running a business, and
Like where I go, they routinely talk about what Stephen Colbert talked about last night
right.
on
So
late night
they're
TV. So they
so
are anti this, anti that, anti any
right, but you
type.
imagine their demographic of the store is probably that way too. So they're
Exactly
just
right.
like,
Which
well,
is
no one's gonna buy this that comes here to shop, so we're just not gonna fucking carry it. And that's on top of if you're pretty neutral and you're just a random indie person. Yeah, I mean, most of the
yeah,
stores that we're in or that we got into, and a lot of them I just never followed up with because I'm like, I'm not. It's not worth the money, and I'm not keeping track of the fucking inventory for you.
yeah,
Is they want you to do consignment because they're so worried that, oh, if I buy this book, I have no readership for it. I'm just throwing money down the drain. And I mean, they're already wasting a bunch of money on big publishers.
of course.
Why
Yeah,
take a risk on?
yeah,
Yeah, unless they're actually known for that and they have a decent
yeah.
subscribership that buys indie stuff. But yeah,
But
most of them
in
are
my
like,
local area, they are not. Like they would not be conducive to Mercenary Guild, even though I would never
well,
mention Comics Gate or
I mean,
anything like that.
you can see, but again, you're gonna have to do something to sweeten the pot, though. You can't just go in there and pitch it to them and expect them to buy it. Even if you're local, you'd say, I mean, you shouldn't really sell it to them at all. You'd be better off saying, hey, I'm a local comic creator. I'm launching this book, XYZ. Can I come in and do a signing? Like, can I come in and just hang out for the day and you guys schedule it and, you know, promote on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, and then I'll come in and sign the book and see if anyone's interested. That's what you should say. Because
I mean, there is
again,
a okay. Yeah,
because again, you like something you do, William, is you just assume people lead with their politics when a lot of it's just they're leading with the fact that you're just some random indie guy and who fucking knows whether your book sucks or is going to have any appeal to their
yeah,
customer base. So that's the primary
yeah,
their priority, because you're right, they make dick all on the bigger publishers, even the smaller publishers, and uh, they're invested in that because they go through distributors. So they're getting like incentives and ratios and free shipping for all the books that they're turning around and just trying to sell to the whales that come to their store because basically no one else buys anything.
yeah.
And that's who funds the shop.
And they want to buy enough issues to get that cover that they can sell for $20 or $25.
Right.
That
Exactly.
variant cover. So they got to
And
get 100 issues of some shit that nobody will ever buy.
yeah, that no one gives a shit. And that guy who's buying it, the divorced dentist, is what's his name likes to say, that's still subscribed to every character book or whatever, gets the ratioed book, and then is just on the bandwagon of whatever the latest. Like, oh well, now I got to get all my books graded, so they'll be worth more. Okay, great. So I'm going to buy all these shitty books, and I'm going to send them all in to get graded. So on and so forth. So don't worry, we're getting there. We're quickly, rapidly inching towards the apocalypse of the American comic industry. I mean, at this point, there's basically no reason to go with any. I mean, I say this as a publisher. I probably shouldn't say this, but there's basically no reason to go through a publisher for your book. Like, like there's you could. I mean, all the resources are out there to self-publish.
Yeah.
Like that's why I tell people now who come to us, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm at capacity. It's not even necessarily that I just don't want to publish your book. It's just that like I can't dedicate the time to help you go through all the process. But you know, if you want to hire us as a consultant, or if you just want to ask me questions, you know, hop on a call for an hour. Like I'll hop on a call and tell you what you need to do, but all the stuff that I would do for you, like I can't fucking do that. You know, so it's just a matter of being diligent. Anyway, so
That's true.
Something
I think the whole grading thing though for the folks out there is a scam. And
oh yeah, we're talking
just
about grading.
don't fall for it. Just you know, not a lot of this comics gate and what have you. It probably, I don't want to say it won't have value. Maybe it will, but
no,
right now it's not proving to have value. And some of this stuff has been out for a while. And so if you're going to get it graded, just do it yourself. But as far as, I don't know, buying graded comics that you can't even open and read, because most people buy two, that's the scam.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they buy one that they can read and then one that they can put in a long box and or on the wall. And you know, whatever.
Buy a set.
I mean, do what you want to do, but I think it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the sad thing is it's kind of like you know, you don't know what you had until it was gone. You don't know what you know, you didn't know that you didn't want this thing, because it used to be you just had a good quality, good condition book, and it's, or any collectible, it's like, you know, it's like mint, it's like very mint or very good or whatever, and then good and, you know, shit or damaged or whatever. And then, you know, there's like standards of how people judge the quality of something. But then you had these companies come out, and who the fuck are these companies at all to judge the things that they're charging you to judge them for?
Yeah. And again, if it has like a wear on one corner, it goes from 50,000 to $500.
Yeah. And you know it's a scam when they don't release or they don't give you a standard for how they judge something. Oh, it's proprietary process. Like, okay, so what you're saying is it's not consistent. Like you don't have any standard to actually judge this. And then there's a reason why, if it's like a certain collectible, if there's a company that does do that or give you like subgrades, that's what everyone uses. It's like, oh, they actually have some sort of, and they have the credibility. But a lot of these companies pop up, like mainly CGC is who I'm pointing the finger at. But there's others. It's not just them. And so yeah, you're like, how the fuck did you figure this out? Who are you to tell me what this is? And so before, people were in this like blissful ignorance of like, oh well, you know, I have a good idea that this thing is really nice and like it's pretty pristine. You had like an idea for a range, and then these companies come in and they fuck it all up, because then they're like, oh, based on us as a superior judge as the quality of this thing, you want a 10, otherwise you're missing out.
I mean, here's the thing: when you get a comic off the rack, you're not going to get a 10, right? Because it's going to sit there a while and it's going to warp, and maybe somebody thumbed through it and put a wrinkle on page 24.
Or it was shipped by Diamond.
Yeah. So the bottom line is that it's like, I look at a lot of my comics and I'll go to the back issues and I realize they're not worth shit. Even though I bought multiple issues of Spider-Man versus Wolverine first printing, it's probably not worth shit. because they printed so much of that. So
Yeah, well,
I
then
would
you get
just
into the
say
supply of it, and
just
yeah,
enjoy your freaking comics and getting them signed, um, especially even by somebody like Stan Lee. Stan Lee signed so many fucking things that his signature is
yeah.
out there so much, even though the man has passed away. If you have something signed by Stan Lee that does not raise it by 50 grand or some shit, it might be $200
Right.
realistically.
Well,
You know?
yeah, and then because they have those things, you have to add in a premium of like, oh, well, it's this and this, and this is the premium, and so it's just FOMO bullshit where everyone's, you're just preying on the insecurities of people of like, oh, I have to be a completionist. If I get this copy, it has to be a 10. It has to be signed by everyone that was involved. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, just enjoy your fucking hobby. And if one day it's rare and it's valuable because you bought it in the 80s and they made 1,000 of them, good for you. Like when you're done, enjoying it, sell it to the next fucking generation, make some money back off of it. And
You know,
there you
in
go.
the 80s in comic book shops, they used to have this thing called the Comic Buyer's Guide. And it was
Yeah.
before the internet and all that shit. So it had everything in black and white, what certain issues are. So it was sectioned off by titles and then by issues. And then it'd have a hard number of what that's worth. Mint, you know, poor, rough, whatever. And so okay, $200 for this. And it was all in print.
Yeah, they had
So
that
there
for
was
like
nothing, there was no
Pokemon.
Vega tees, you know,
Yeah,
if
but
that's a word.
all they were doing is trying to amalgamate. I mean, they're just trying to estimate. It's like when you would pick up the Wall Street Journal and they would just estimate what a stock is worth. Like, I
Right.
mean, the internet is the biggest market for buyers and sellers. So, if there's a market for it, you can get a really good idea of what
Yeah.
it's
Go
worth
on
in the
eBay.
market.
eBay, you can find what something is worth.
Yeah,
Like,
so
okay,
that's fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, you know, how like the fun of it, the fun of collecting stuff has basically just been ruined by all these people trying to make quick bucks. Because it's like this perverted, deformed beast of what it was supposed to be. Like
it's venture capitalism at a lower level.
I I guess I think it's just like during the gold rush, like who made the most money? The people who sold the shovels. It's just people trying to create a niche, more and more of a niche market, but
Yeah.
it kind of degrades the experience of the thing. Like one of the and I say like sell it to the next generation because this has actually happened to me. So I have a story about I got all of like my old cards, like my old Pokemon cards from storage from when I was a kid, and I'm like, oh crap, people still play like and collect Pokemon because all the people that are my age when we were growing up playing the original Pokemon are going back to collect the Pokemon cards. So there's a pretty big market for it. And I was like, oh, cool. This is good. I'll get, like, oh, shit, it's actually worth this much. Like, yeah, I'll make some good money off of this. And, you know, like, just make money, put in savings, pay off debt, whatever. And so I met this guy locally, and he does like card shows, like comic shows, basically for cards. And I basically ended up selling all of my cards to him, who was turning around to try to sell to the shows or to other dealers or get them graded or whatever, try to go that route. Because in the card game markets, it seemed to not has like devolved to the degeneracy that the comics market is. And
You'd be surprised.
yeah, maybe for like sports cards, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's whatever. But while also cards used to not, now they're a lot more expensive to get graded. That's the thing. But yeah, so I sold them to him, and we were at a show, and I was there because I was just trying to sell like the rest of my collection, and I've got like old Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Magic the Gathering and shit like that. Anyway, so this kid comes by with his dad, and like I had original like a base set Charizard and that was one of the cards this guy got graded. And you know, it was a perfect. It was a first edition. Like shit, I could have like paid off my house almost with one of those.
Yeah.
You know, so it's whatever. I didn't have that one, but anyways, it doesn't matter. The dad bought it for his kid. It was like a few $100, and the kid was so excited. He's like, "Oh my god, this is so cool!" And oh look, it's like classic. And that was the most enjoyable experience that I've had in any of the like just basically hoarding as a collector, like for comics and cards and like you know records or whatever. Aside from playing the game and listening to the records and stuff, that's the best experience that holding on to those cards had. Is the fact that now I can pass this stuff on to the next generation. And I told the kid, I'm like, that's actually my card. I played with that card when I was your age. So I'll enjoy it. You know, I hope you have a good time with this card. And yeah, maybe he'll like crack it open and actually play with
And
it.
that's how I feel about my comics because they're not in I don't bag and board every year. So some of them are probably fucked up from the old bags. Some of them aren't even boarded. Some are just bagged. I don't care if somebody I can pull them out and read them, or if somebody years from now wants to read a good comic from back in the day, I got them.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You know, you want either you want to either save that stuff for like your kids, you know, to pass down to them, or like a younger guy. You know, if you've got a younger guy that's a friend, like you're mentoring or something, you pass it down to him. You're like, hey, enjoy.
Yeah.
Like some of the
Who
best
knows?
records.
Maybe you'll get them. You know.
There you go. I'll
You know?
take them. I mean, I've gotten a pretty sweet couple record collections for friends that I have that are older, and they're just like, well, I'm getting rid of all this stuff finally. Do you want it? I'm like, hell yeah, I'll take the stuff. You know, so then I can enjoy it and pass it on or give it to my kids or whatever. That's I mean that's what we're talking about. Like I think a lot of guys, and this is like a guy thing because like you know we're all talking about like hoarding, collecting shit. You can't lose the script. Like you can't look at it as like, oh, I'm gonna flip this and make so much money just to like not just for the FOMO.
I never thought of comics like that.
But so many guys do now. So many guys do. That's the thing. Like especially our age, they look at it as like they're just filling a void. That's why I say hoarding. That's why I use that word because it has a negative connotation. Like they're just hoarding stuff. But in their mind, it's like a small little tiny dopamine hit they get from spending money and just collecting.
I mean, I read everything I get, and it will. So it's no longer mint. Like once you read it and go through it, no matter how careful, I don't wear gloves. I usually have coffee on a rainy Saturday, and I'm reading comics, and I don't care if they get damaged. That's what I love about Pete's comics, that alternate, because they're old school.
Yeah, they're
newsprint, that paper, and so you wouldn't know, anyways. But I read my stuff, and I don't care if they're worth a dime. If I liked it, then I like it. It's worth a ton to me. But if I didn't like it, then I don't care if it's graded or whatever. But I'm not going to buy something blind graded. That I can't, you know what I mean? I have to read it first.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that people should be doing it for the enjoyment of the hobby, and they're not.
And that's what happened in the 90s when it collapsed. Is you had all these speculators coming in, just saying, "Oh, this is going to be worth something. This is going to be worth something. This is going to be," and none of them were worth anything because Marvel was printing off 450,000 copies, or DC was printing off 500,000, and it's like it's really not worth anything, no matter if it has the number 1 on it or it's the death of Superman. I mean, that really was the catalyst.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but I see a lot of young guys that I talk to that go to these shows, and people I know that are like, ooh, it's a 1 in 100, and that's all the advertisements you see everywhere. It's just fucking scams and bullshit and FOMO. So like I just want to just throw that out there that we need to go back to the reason why we're in these things to begin with.
Yeah.
It isn't about just the money. Like it's about the enjoyment
It's
of the experience.
the Harley Quinn was a character who was actually introduced on the Batman animated series. She never appeared in comics before then. A lot of people don't realize that. She was part of the animated series. And then they had her first appearance in a comic, and it was like a 237 or something. And that comic is worth a ton because it was her first appearance, not because it was a number one. It wasn't her own comic. She just appeared, but she was a popular character already. And she still, to this day, remains a popular character, as we've seen Joker 2. She's still being portrayed. So that's why that issue is worth a ton.
Right. Yeah.
It's her first appearance in a comic
it's fine.
book.
Yeah. Key issues, number 1. It's all the same shit. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's all the same stupid shit. Like, yeah, it blows up because it's rare and the character becomes popular. But everyone's like, oh, I want to be on the next big character to blow up. Like, then you get speculating and you're looking at it like it's a fucking stock. Like you're trying to short squeeze a fucking stock, and like, oh, how can I get in on the bubble? Basically, that's what people are thinking. That's all they're thinking. It's like,
yeah,
do you even read the fucking books you're buying, or are you just trying to get in on the bubble? And so everyone stop trying to get in on the bubble.
That's what's going on with streaming. Everybody's trying to invest in. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Who cares? Who cares? Why don't you focus on actually making good shit?
Who cares if the fans like it? Fuck it. This is the next thing. Do it.
Yeah.
Go off. What do you think, Kyle?
I mean, there's so many instances of people, doing like creative exploits or think they're supposed to be fun and trying to turn it into like a money getting scheme. And it's
like
it's just not something that shouldn't really be. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when, profit, the motivation of earning profit kind of runs everything, for better or for worse.
There you go.
So, yeah, sometimes better, sometimes worse.
That's our anti-capitalist rant.
Well, nothing's perfect.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing is perfect. You're right.
So they're definitely not in there for the right reasons. Let's just say that. So,
well, it's like even with like D&D. I talked to several people, and they're just sticking with their old books. They're not going to buy a new edition. They can feel the power creep, which is anybody who's played MMOs.
The opposite of power creep, whatever you call that.
Yeah, or whatever, and they just want to. They're happy with the edition they're playing with, and they're just going to go with it. And Paul and I just started watching older movies. Like, it's impressive the quality of older movies from even just like I'm not even talking about like
very
the
different
70s, just completely different. I'm just like, wow, there were actually.
What do you mean older movies? Like, give me a couple examples.
Like, we just watched a movie called what's it called? Family Man with Nicolas Cage.
I remember
like
that
holidays, like a Christmas movie, and it was great. I mean, it was very similar to what's it called? A Christmas Carol or Christmas Story, where the guy like sees his alternate life or whatever, and he learns a lot. I mean, it's
A Wonderful Life.
A Wonderful Life. That's what I was thinking of. Sorry, it's similar to Wonderful Life, but I hate to use this fucking term, updated for a modern audience.
Right, okay.
But not updated for a modern audience. Just,
do you know the story behind It's a Wonderful Life?
I don't care, man. I'm just making an analogy.
Okay. I know.
Okay. So, anyways, the movie was well written. People think Nicolas Cage is just a fucking meme, but he's a good actor in the movie.
He is a good. Thank you.
Like
Thank you. The
he's a
guy is a good actor. I like
yeah.
him.
All they point to is like the shitty movies he made. A
He
string
just
of
says yes
shitty
to
movies.
everything.
Well, no, he has to because he was like divorced or like got like the IRS was going after him for taxes
They
or
did.
something. So
Yeah.
like he just had to make more movies. It's like Bruce Willis. Some of these actors they just get in a cycle of like they have to say yes to everything because they need the money, and then they they ruin their career because they're just like in a bunch of they're in like gambling debts or something. The mob, I don't know. But yeah, no, it was a great. It's just like it's a good family movie and like just it's just like worlds of different from what you would see come out now. Just the average slop that's on like Netflix and fucking Amazon Prime and all kinds of shit. It's just and that wasn't like a Oscar winning movie. It was just like a
No,
holiday
just a
movie.
nice feel good,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah.
And you're just like, wow, like what world am I living in? Like this, it's like this movie was made in like by an ancient civilization, and I'm just like, what is like I'm an alien. I'm coming
Yeah,
down to
you
Earth.
really got to go back. Like,
Holy
have you ever
shit!
seen The Usual Suspects?
No, but I've heard about that one.
No, you absolutely have to see it.
Okay.
And they would never make a movie like this today. And I'm
Yeah.
not going to give anything away. It is so well acted, so well cast, so well written. It's fucking brilliant.
Okay.
They would
Good. I'll
never
watch that
make
one.
a movie like that today. Or I just watched Primal Fear, which is where Edward Norton got a start. That was really his first role
Oh,
with
okay.
Richard Gere as a courtroom type thing. And guess what? The judge, and this came out in the 90s, and the judge was a black female. Wow.
There you go.
Nobody
I know.
cared.
Nobody cared.
And it was also a brilliant courtroom type of crime drama type thing going on. I mean, these are movies that came out in the 90s that and they weren't blockbusters. They weren't
Yeah.
billion-dollar films, but they were really well written, well acted. They had names, they had stars. I mean, The Usual Suspect is chock full of stars. Kevin Spacey, Benicio del Toro, Kevin Pollak,
Wow.
whatever. I mean, it was chock full of, and it has the best twist ending. It's a meme. The twist ending is a meme at this point. So if you haven't seen, I'm not going to give it away, but you've probably seen the memes of the twist ending.
Probably,
But still,
yeah.
very watchable. And besides what they say about Kevin Spacey as a person, I have no fucking idea, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he's a
But
good
the guy's
actor.
never given a bad performance in a movie or a show that I've ever seen.
Right.
The guy delivers, man, period. And it was the same in this. So definitely see The Usual Suspects. You can pick it up on video for probably $2.99. You'll be glad you did.
Yeah, I was rented.
Yeah.
But
these are 90s type movies, Crimson Tide, things like that.
Yeah, they were in the 90s or like late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah,
we're not talking about like 100 years ago.
No, and they were not blockbusters. They were not, but they did well, and they featured true movie stars and true talent. And when you compare that to what today is, where it has to be CGI explosions everywhere and quirky dialogue and snarky this, that. It's like it's mind-numbingly dull today when you look at that. It's like people talked like this,
right?
Wow.
Yeah, I just don't understand how we're living in like. I mean, I guess I can logically understand, but like, it's hard to understand that we're living in the end of history. Like, there's nothing like the very few things that get made today where you're like, wow, this is good or this is enjoy, and it's not cynical. It isn't like in spite of the fucking audience, or it's not made for us. like, wow, this is how this get made.
And again, watch The Usual Suspects. It'll blow your fucking mind.
There's a lot of stuff I want to watch. Like I don't want to go back and watch like The Patriot.
Kyle, have you seen The Usual Suspects?
I have not.
It's fucking dude.
Okay,
I'm not going to give away. Don't even look it up because the ending will blow you the fuck away. It will blow you the like how the fuck did this happen? You know, that's how good it is. Beyond the Sixth Sense. I know so many people are like, when I watched The Sixth Sense, I knew what was going to happen the first half hour. You were not going to. You were not going to know.
That's what everyone says. Yeah. Is it in the cultural zeitgeist? Like, was it in a Simpsons episode?
Oh, you ever heard the term Kaiser Sose?
Yeah.
That's from The Usual Suspects.
Oh, okay.
That's actually, the boogeyman.
This past Monday, actually.
Kaiser Sose. Kaiser Sose. He's the big boogeyman, the big crime boss that causes all this shit. But you're not going to know who it is.
Okay, well, stop talking about it so I can fucking watch it.
Yeah. It'll blow your mind.
You got to record your reaction while watching.
No,
send it to
Look, you guys made me watch Dungeons & Dragons. I bought it, and I've seen it 4 times now. I watched it last week. I'm going to watch this every fucking weekend. I love the Dungeons & Dragons movie. I love it more than you guys did. Dude,
nice.
I love the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves movies. Absolutely love it. Every time I see it.
Love that.
Fucking,
see,
I'm addicted.
People in this group can change their minds about things.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, I want to say one more thing about like movies and culture and generational stuff. And then I want to talk about the Rippaverse shit and the fucking and then what's it called? Comicsgate shit.
Keep us on track.
Thank you. So I was listening to some video recently, and it was like Academic Agent. I don't know, somebody, and they were talking about the generational gap between like William, your generation, or like boomers who are older than you.
Well, Gen X,
X, silent generation, and then millennials, which is Kyle and I. And then Zoomers, like Generation Z and Generation Alpha. So, like, it's really weird for the Zoomers, they're saying, because on the one hand, they have no context for anything that's in the cultural zeitgeist, because everything that they see, everything that's made now, and that's made, I guess, geared towards them, that's fucking annoying to us, is just this derivative. It's like 16 degrees of separation from it's all just stupid, cynical, deconstructionist memes of the things that are already memes. So like when you're talking about Usual Suspect and how it's in the cultural zeitgeist, there have been Simpsons episodes of stuff like that. There have been memes. There have been all kinds of references and derivatives. And the Zoomers have seen all of the stuff that's like 18 degrees removed, so they don't even understand. Like that happened right in Kyle and I generation, because I can distinctly remember a couple times where I went back and went, oh, I've seen references to this thing, this film, the show, and I have never seen the show until now. Like
and
that
kind of also lowers the impact of the original thing, because you see it and you don't appreciate the value of what it was in its time, because you're like, it introduced ideas that are commonplace now, you know?
Right. And so there's so many references going back. They don't know any of that. Like they literally don't have any context for it. Whereas we at least still have context. And William, like you were there, you had the original experience. So we're getting like a copy of your experience that's referenced. And we're going, oh, okay, haha.
It probably won't blow you away the way it blew me away.
No, but we get it because we know, like we at least have context for what we've seen. These fuckers have literally no context. Like they just don't know about anything like before the 90s. Arguably,
the thing is, like with something like what I was saying about that film, let's say you do know the ending. It's still one of the best told stories and best acted pieces of work with people like Gabriel Byrne and Kevin Spacey, like that, you're gonna see. I mean, you're gonna see stars busting
Yeah,
their ass.
that's fine. Like as an adult, when I go back and watch the stuff, I try to just not. Turning on my brain is the right word. I try to not think about all of the fucking cultural references to that thing, so I can enjoy it for what it is.
yeah,
Like it's like I'm just watching this. I try to not think like,
it's a gangster. It's gangster drama. It's robbers.
yeah, that's great. Like
It's like
I
the
just try to
movie
get
Heat. You know, the movie Heat is about cops and robbers. That's it, and it's awesome.
right.
You know?
Well, and that's part of the problem with modern media and entertainment is it's all just stupid meta references and gay shit. And so it constantly takes you out of the story because you can't get sucked into a story when you're literally forced by the movie or show to member something that the thing is referencing that's been referenced like 40 times. Like, oh, great. Now I have all of this other context for this character of stuff that's arguably way better than what you're doing. That's part of the
Yeah.
problem. That's what we were talking about earlier when it's like, well, at least they just used the mantle. At least they didn't fuck up the original Hawkeye because then thank God you're almost at original character that we can either enjoy or not enjoy based on the merits of your character. But when all they're doing is aping popular characters because they're resentful and spiteful of those
Right.
characters,
And I
like,
doubt this
okay,
this Hawkeye
well,
character has any real character at all.
of course it doesn't, but it doesn't matter because literally you're thinking the whole time you're just comparing it to Clint
Yeah.
Barton or the other guy you mentioned.
Yeah.
Like
Clint
it's
Barton.
impossible for you to even look at this guy and go, oh, okay, cool. But if it was just a new character that used a bow and arrow, at least then the only thing you would compare him to is, okay,
Yeah.
well, is this like a ripoff of Hawkeye? But then if it starts becoming interesting enough, then you're like, oh, okay, great. This is like
Yeah.
a new character, and I can actually think about this character.
It's like
But
the Scarlet Spider, the Ben Riley character was a complete ripoff of Spider-Man, but some people like the Ben Riley. He had a different
hey,
personality.
he had his own characterization.
Yeah.
I mean, he was literally a clone.
Yeah. He
So
was
they
a
did a good
clone.
job.
Yeah.
They did such a good job with that character
Be
that
right back.
that you could enjoy and relate to the character, even though it's like out of a sci-fi. He's literally a derivative, literally a copy of the original Peter Parker. All right, cool. I'm not talking to myself, Kyle. If you're still here.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
still here.
all right. So
But I'm about to get off.
about to head off. All right. Well,
Yeah.
in any case, I just want to look at another thing that the Rippaverse is doing because everyone shits on Rippaverse or everyone's like super devoted. I don't know how many people in the middle there are anymore, but this is a cool thing. I guess whether you trust that they can handle the charity auction or whatever you think about St. Jude's, whatever the fact, like the cool thing that they're doing what a lot of people are doing, which is you could be drawn into the book. Whether you want to be drawn into a book, if you think the book is good or not, that's a totally different story. But, the ability to be drawn into a book is always cool. And the fact that they're doing that with the charity auction, I think that's good. Like, okay, they specify your likeness will appear in like 2 to 3 panels of a future Rippaverse comic. Copy of the comic book character makes a debut. You get a copy. Well, I would hope I would get a copy of a book I'm in. A permanent place in the canon. Yep. Okay, sure. Yeah, like we did this with Hardly Heroes. We did this a couple times, and it was fun. It was really fun to do. I mean, the balance as a creator is like you want to make sure you can get someone into the book, but doesn't fuck up like the main storyline that you have written. So the way we kind of did it was like we kind of did like we kind of had people drawn in laterally. So like I don't know what his idea. It almost kind of sounds like you're just gonna be there. Like, oh, you'll show up in 2 to 3 panels. So you might just be like a guy that's like there in the background is Yaira or whoever Alpha or whatever is flying by or something.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, we try to do it in a creative way, such that like, so one was just like a raffle, so someone won a raffle to be drawn in. So they were pretty much just like an NPC that the group came across, right? Because it's like, okay, well, you're not really invested in this, neither are we. Uh, and then so then when we did it is like, okay, you can actually pay as like a tier reward to be drawn in. We're like, okay, cool. Here are all the kind of options that you could be. Like, what do you like? Do you want to be a hero in the book? Do you want to be a villain? The guy's like, oh yeah, I always want to play a villain. There's like a D&D character. I was like, okay, cool. So I wish Kyle was still here to talk about this, but Kyle and I worked back and forth, and we're like, okay, well, it'd be a good point to drop this guy in. And so we kind of ended up decided that, okay, well, the group has to kill the orc chieftain or whatever after, when they go to get like scalps and stuff on a like a side quest.
Mhm.
And or as I like to call it, an alibi quest. When you need an alibi quest to prove that you were in town murdering civilians. Anyways, good old alibi quest. So we were like, oh, okay, cool. Well, this guy wants to be a villain. He is okay with being like an orc, like a barbarian kind of character. So we'll have him come in as the brother, as the relative of the chieftain that takes over this tribe, and we'll even name the tribe after him. And he loved that. And it was cool because it's like he is a part of the canon. He influenced it, but not in such a way that it's like derailing the book, the story, which is
Right.
kind of what we've talked about doing for Mercenary Guild as a tier, where it's like because there's a delicate
They're
balance of
they're
like,
in the tavern in the background.
yeah, and you got to specify
They're
that.
an extra.
Yeah, you got to specify that, which I hope.
Maybe a town guard.
Yeah, which is what I have a feeling this would be. But it's a charity auction, so it's you kind of have to read between the lines. But like,
Like
yeah,
you could
we
be
would.
one of the police officers or who show up at
Yeah,
the scene.
well, yeah, we would specify, because yeah, basically, if we gave you a better role, like you're effectively paying for the overhead for us to go back and rework the story. Like, so you're paying the creator to go back and rework you into the book if you're in
Yeah.
like a more significant role. Like the fun part was the guy who like paid for his whole friend group to be in. That was fun because it was a little more significant, but he also hit us up and was like, hey, I would like to do this equivalent of this tier. And like I was like, oh, that's cool. And he went through the effort of reaching out to us and everything, so I was like, yeah, man, let's figure out how we can do it. So like, they had their guest party come in, and it was fun. And he was even just like, oh, you could just like kill us off. I'm like, nah, man, we want to do something fun. And this way, if you want to have your party come in future issues, they'll be alive. But yeah, so it ended up being good. Kyle's a good writer. He worked it out, and it added to the fun of the issue. And it didn't, it wasn't like a significant detour to us. It felt pretty natural. It didn't feel like. Well, let me ask you that, because you read the book and you didn't have like knowledge of the script. Was the party, like the guest adventuring party, did that take you out of the book? Were you like, oh, this is weird that like these people are here, or were you
It
just
it,
like,
it didn't take me out, but
like
I
did
think
it?
the behavior of the dwarf kind of changed though regarding them. I don't know.
Hmm. Oh, Harben,
Harback.
like how he
Yeah.
acted towards them.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think I don't know, his normal, what I have in my head canon for him wasn't quite on par, but I like the end with them. So it
yeah.
worked, but that was a little bit different. But
Oh, but don't forget, I think the reason Kyle wrote that like that, well, and because the artist we hired, of course, he did anime stuff, so it's like, oh, it'd be funny if we did
Mhm.
like like cutesy anime shit. But uh, the reason Hardback like fell in love with that girl is because her name was Wolf. Get
Yeah,
it?
I got
Okay.
that. I got that.
Okay. So everything else was just like over the top,
Yeah.
like how he and yeah, that will more likely change as Adam takes over. It'll be more serious again. Uh, the
Yeah.
the jokes won't be like obvious, like in your face. It'll be more like
Subtle.
the yeah, the jokes come from like the interactions of the characters, and sometimes you're laughing because you're like, oh shit, that was actually pretty fucked up. Like holy shit, I can't believe they did that. It's more of a shock, but okay,
Because
because yeah,
if we do a crossover and Harbeck is falling in love with Malchus, Malchus is gonna cut his fucking head right the
no,
fuck off.
no, no, they're not.
No, I
No,
mean,
that's
because no, I know, I
it's
get it.
not
It
gonna be
just
gay for Malchus. He's just
yeah.
it was him and Salazar were like,
That
oh
I
man,
guess that was a side I hadn't seen of him, so you could call it character development. So
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
him and
so
Salazar are kind of simpish.
yeah, so yeah, but overall, I actually by the end I was actually intrigued what's going to happen between these two groups. So um you got
Well, there you
there,
go.
and then by the
So,
end I want to buy the next issue. So you achieved your
perfect.
goal. The art, yeah, it was anime style and it was kind of jarring compared to other Hardly Heroes issues
Yeah,
I've
which
read.
I hate that that's happened like that, but unfortunately, that's just going from one artist to another artist to another artist. That's just how it's going to play out. Like,
Yeah.
I wish it could have been more like. I mean, I wish I had the money to go back and have the whole
Yeah.
issue done, but yeah, it took a long time to get out as it was. So
Yeah.
it's just like
But overall, yeah, I dig it, and I think it's
there you
if you
go.
can
So
flesh
that's
that other group out, I think that's interesting. That's a crossover, and
yeah, that was
you're
basically a crossover. Yeah,
it is. And before we do our crossover, that would be a good learning experience as to what worked and what didn't. Because
yeah,
I have ideas, but I don't know what will work and what won't. But by this time, when you flesh this out, you're gonna know it's either gonna hit or it won't.
yeah, for sure. Well, that's the thing
And
is,
then you can when I throw you my ideas, you can say, yeah, no, that's not gonna work. And I'm cool with criticism like that. So
yeah, and we'll have more freedom to fuck around with it because it'll be like, it'll be like, I mean, in my mind, it's probably gonna be a
mhm.
decanonized thing. So it's not like it's gonna be like, oh, oh, this happened, and or 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 the worst part, like, oh, do I have to go pick up this random book to know what's happening in these stories now? You know,
Yeah,
like, oh shit, I gotta go pick up this fucking random one up. Like, I don't want to create that kind of thing. Um, but this was like, okay, it makes sense that there could reasonably be another group captured and in the orc encampment. So, it was fun. But yeah,
yeah,
but that's the kind of stuff, as a creator, if you're gonna do this kind of thing, you have to be aware of that. You can't just like willy-nilly throw it in here. So unfortunately, Eric's track record for executing uh big brained ideas that he has isn't really great. So I don't have a lot of faith in that, but it's not impossible to do, but you also have to set the appropriate expectation for what someone's getting, like you said, William. Oh, are they like hanging out in the background at the bar, or are they like a character that actually interacts with the party, and are they
yeah,
in like a whole issue, or are they just like 2 to 3 panels? So
yeah,
like this, I expect, oh, you're in 2 to 3 panels, so like Yaira's going to be flying by the citizens of Florida Spark, and someone's going to look up in a couple panels and point at them and be like, "Oh, it's Yaira. That's
yeah.
cool."
And then they're running away, going, "Solari, save us!"
Yeah, it'll be the flashback, and instead of what's her face, it'll be this kid. This. Oh man, if I won this, I would tell him to do that. I would fuck with it. I'd be like, okay, so you know how you like flash back to the same like 3 scenes at the beginning of the comic books? in a future book, I want to be the guy. I want to be the guy that's running, yelling for Brian Solari. That's so good. Yeah, but you know, like that's actually a pretty cool poster. Who the fuck is this guy? What? Interesting. Like a Dracula character? Cosplay contest. Oh no. Oh no. You want to dress up as Yaira, William? Or what's his name? What's the actual character's name? All I can think is fucking Ricky Retired.
I don't know. It's Ricky Retard. I mean, I have no idea. That thing is fire, man. Ricky Retardo.
Man.
I have no idea because I never bought the book. No, I usually do Gandalf, my own Gandalf every year. You know,
There you go.
Batman without a beard. You know, just that wizard hat, and I have a cloak.
Oh, okay. We have to do a stream then. So the 30th, basically our Halloween stream.
Yeah,
we should be on camera as our.
And we gotta come up with our view list for folks. You know,
that's right too. Yeah,
you know,
our top
things. It doesn't have to be a top 10 or they just our usual. You know, I used to run a horror website, so back when I wasn't a boomer, I actually knew how to do this shit.
Back when I wasn't. So you got worse.
Dude, it does. After 50, it gets worse, man. You're not there yet. But yeah, so I'm a horror movie aficionado. In fact, I just saw Cocaine Bear last night, and boy, it wasn't as funny as it should have been or could have been. It could have been a classic. Instead, it was tedious, and the overacting was unbelievable. Whoever directed Elizabeth Banks, she didn't direct it right. She was trying to direct it like an 80s film. And the thing about 80s films is that they couldn't act, but they tried.
Yeah.
But in this one, you had people that could act, but were trying to act like they couldn't. And
right. It's very hard to pull that off naturally when you're an actual solid trained actor.
Yeah. So it might not make sense, but when you see it's people trying too hard to be stupid or funny, and it just didn't work for me.
Right.
So
yeah,
the analogy was a letdown.
The analogy I like to use if there's music people in the audience, William and I play guitar. So it's like if you train yourself forever to play to like a metronome or you're reading sheet music, and then I just sat you down and said, okay, cool. Play out of time. Like play this song that you spent like 1,000 hours learning to play. And now just play in like 3/4 instead of 4/4.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, wait, what? And I'd be like, yeah. Don't use that strum pattern. Like strum every other beat. And you're like, just doing like on the beat. And then you're like, okay, off beat now. Like strum that whole chord pattern, like the and beat, and you're like trying, you're like, oh fuck, and you just like fall back into your, like your naturally developed playing skill, basically.
Yep, back into pentatonic power scale, power
right.
chords.
Right.
Which is pretty much all I do.
Yeah, but it has to be something.
I have a metronome. Like, I don't fucking use it. I probably should.
Well, yeah, but like it has to be something that's ingrained to you, though.
Yeah.
But no,
Cocaine Bear to me is a skip. I'm sorry. I like the gimmick of it, but the gimmick wore off real quick, and the characters were just dog shit. And they weren't dog shit in a funny, Evil Dead way, although they were trying to be.
Right.
That's the problem.
Annoying dog shit. Yeah, like she should have just produced that movie, been like an executive producer, and they produced that on like the Sci-Fi Channel. I don't know who makes all those movies on the Sci-Fi Channel, but that's like a chef's kiss of shitty movies that are like so bad they're laughable. Yeah. I mean, like the most popular one's probably Sharknado.
Yeah, Sharknado.
Uh,
But before then, my favorite was Rock Monster. What's it about? Well, it's about a fucking
Rock
monster made of rocks. And
There you go. Enough
there
said.
you go. Fuck it. It's fun, man. Who gives a shit? And
Exactly.
that's
They're
how they
having fun with
treated
it.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you get that nice little like blend of camp because they're just having fun.
Yeah.
Like they're not taking themselves too seriously, but
No.
you know, but these
But in
guys
this one,
are.
they were trying for camp. It's like somebody trying to be funny. I don't
Yeah,
know,
that's
like I
great.
do on this stream, and it just
Aw.
no. Fuck you.
See, I didn't even think about that. I wasn't trying to be funny. I was trying to be sincere.
I'm just fucking around. But anyways, Cocaine Bear, your mileage may vary. I think it actually made money, really, just from the title. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. In the film, they called it the Cocaine Bear, which ruins the gag.
Well, the Cocaine Bear, that was the thing that happened though in real life, though, right?
Yeah, it was a real life thing.
Just that was
not like this.
Exaggerated, right?
Yeah.
But so they're like based on that. That's the other fucking stupid thing. What's up with all these assholes that are always like, oh, this is based on a true, and now they know they're full of shit, so they'll say like, oh, this was based on, like a person that existed in real life, but was like, not really that, but like I saw a movie
because here's why.
Holy fuck.
Okay, well, you go.
No, I mean, you get the idea. It's just like, why are a bunch of asshole retarded millennials making this shit?
It goes back. It goes back to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And they said that was based on a true story. And Toby Hooper said it's all bullshit. It was based on Ed Gein, but he never ran around with the chainsaw, and he lived in Wisconsin.
Yeah, exactly. They're all horribly wrong. I don't understand.
And
why
Fargo was supposedly based on a true story. Those guys, I think, when they received their Academy Award for the script, said, "Yeah, it's all bullshit."
Yeah, I mean they'll base they'll have a movie that's like based on a book, and they'll be like, oh, this is based on the true story of. It's like,
yeah,
no, it's based on a book that was written by a guy. You should say it was based on this. Not. I wonder if
it's not based on anything. That is a draw.
Right.
Okay, that's a draw for people.
I have to imagine that it's like some weird psyop that they're doing. I'll put my tinfoil hat on.
No, here's the thing. They don't have to prove legitimacy.
Right, but
so
then
you
can
who
be. Cares?
I could say Mercenary Guild is based on a true fucking story.
Well, it is because you wrote it.
Be held. I can't be. My feet can't be held to the fire. Now, if some people out there want to believe it, good for you.
Yeah, and I understand how that way you can't be sued for defamation if it's like a biopic or something. But when something is so egregiously not based on, like if it's fiction and it's not based on a true story, why say that it's based on a true, like if the person didn't even exist, if the events never took place? That's what I'm saying.
Fargo's the perfect example.
That
movie killed it. Perfect example. None of that shit happened.
I know. So my tinfoil theory is that it's some kind of psyop to start to trick people into not being able to distinguish between reality and fiction.
Yeah.
So like if all of your entertainment and propaganda is based on true events, then I guess people hold it to like some higher level of credibility.
Yeah.
And then they can't start to not be able to distinguish between fucking fiction and fact because they're like, oh, well, all those events happened.
And let me tell you something. My parents, who were boomers, if something was based on a true story, they watched it. Like that was the draw.
But why is that even a draw? I think we're
I
so
don't know.
past.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly. I don't
It's
know.
I don't know, but it's based on a true story, and they would believe it hook, line, and sinker. And it wasn't really, and I used to believe it too because I was raised by him. And then it wasn't until Texas Chainsaw and Toby Hooper came clean and just said, "Yeah, none of this shit ever happened. I just base it off of Ed Gain in Wisconsin, and you can look him up, and he didn't run around with a chainsaw and all that shit, and
Right.
it
Well,
wasn't this family of cannibals or whatever. But that's when the wool was lifted from my eyes.
yeah, see, that's the thing. So, like, eventually you grow up, or you're a woman, and you could still continue to believe it. Because my wife will be like, "Oh, it's like it's based on." I'm like, "No, it's not, Paula. Like, you
Yeah.
cannot believe that all of this shit really happened."
No.
Uh, and dropped the based on. They started saying inspired by a true story. This is inspired by real life
Yeah.
events. So something happened, and then it inspired you to make this movie. Okay, sure. I'll at least accept that because this isn't based on any kind of
Which is
fucking
like Silence of the Lambs, which was
reality.
also inspired by Ed Gain in a
Yeah.
way. You know,
So
in a way.
yeah. Well, and then they want to do these like biography, and they they have like an Anne Boleyn series, but it's like a black woman. And so
Yeah.
you're like, wait a second. So you can make shit that's like so obviously fake and then try to shame and censor people for calling you out on like the basic reality, like the fundamental reality that you
Yeah.
got wrong, but then you're willing to just make shit up about. I
Well,
don't.
and that's what happened with the Viking show. They had a queen, a black Viking queen. It's like, you got to be fucking. Then they tried to make it like she actually existed. She never
Yeah,
did. It was a
no, none
white
of this.
man. The Vikings, dude, they were they traded with people of color all the time, but they sure as hell would not bow, first of all, to a woman. Second of all, to anybody of color. They would slaughter you.
Yeah, I just
I
wish
mean,
that we had better villains. Like the people who make all the retarded propaganda nowadays, it's like they're the nepotistic inbred millennial of some like propagandist gaslighter from like the 70s. I mean, people used to gaslight you, or I'm sorry, hold on. They used to take quote unquote artistic license, uh, and they were still really good at subverting. Like they're really subtle about the way they subverted like a wholesome value or a traditional part of your
mhm,
society. Like American Beauty is a perfect example.
mhm.
You've seen that, right? You know
Oh yeah, I have it on
Kevin
DVD.
Spacey.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that is a horrific movie. Like that is complete bullshit. But when
Yeah,
you don't,
the only normal characters are the gay guys who go jogging every day. Everybody
yeah,
else is fucked up.
right. And it's supposed to be like the quintessential American family, the experience, like
But I tell you,
suburbia
that got
kids.
me out of a marriage, dude, because that woman, whatever, that's what my fiance would have turned into. I swear to fucking God. That movie fucking woke me the fuck right up.
Uh, I guess, but if you look at the movie like objectively, it's completely subverting all of the like the good traditional family
Yeah, and doesn't
structure.
anybody have curtains in their house? I don't know. Curtains, blinds. You have these
Yeah,
fucking expensive houses and you're stripping down naked, working out in the middle of the dead of night. I don't know.
yeah,
But anyways,
it's
it
retarded.
was a good movie. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's well made and produced and
it's well
acted.
made, well acted. But yeah,
Yeah, that was the thing. Back then it was more believable. So like you would, and when they put, based on a true, like they were better at lying to people, like they were better at
yeah,
gaslighting people into believing their horribly perverse evil ideology. Now it's like it's just like so lazy and
It's
obvious.
so
It's just
blatant, yeah.
it's so it's so
And the thing is, like when I like
lazy.
we criticize things, and it just came up. I had this discussion with somebody. So we're in the Halloween season, and everybody knows the film Sleepy Hollow,
Mhm.
the Tim Burton classic.
Yeah, that's a good one.
This film is nothing like the poem that was written for the most part. I mean, Ichabod Crane was not some forensic pioneer. He was a school teacher, and there was really no fleshing out of. They really didn't flesh out anything. There was no witch controlling them and all this shit. But
Mm.
they did that with Sleepy Hollow, and everybody loves the film because it still felt like Sleepy Hollow, and they fleshed things out. And Johnny Depp was charismatic, and it made
Yeah.
sense, even though I think Christina Ricci was miscast. I mean, she's nice to look at, but
Yeah.
wow, she just did not. But it was cool.
Yeah,
All
it's
this,
okay.
yeah,
We get
yeah.
it. We get it.
Yeah, but still, I watch it every year. Now, is that a beat for beat with the story of Sleepy? Of course not. I don't think you could, because it really wasn't fleshed out. The Horseman was just this thing, and you went to, and you didn't know, you just didn't know. It was just this, it was horror, and
Mhm.
it was just what the town went through. But it doesn't have to be beat for beat with the story. If you flesh things out, put in good characters, whatever, good actors, the way the movie looked was brilliant. I loved the look.
Well, they also maintained the core character, like the core character traits. So
yeah,
you could take it in a different direction, it would be fine. But now it's like, I don't know, it's all fucked up. And the problem is people don't everyone expects everything to be stupid and fucked up. Is like if someone actually tries to break the mold and they're like, okay, I'll try to come up with a creative idea to retell the story, everyone just automatically assumes, oh well, it's shit because they're not. So
well,
you have this,
not everybody. I mean, again, like
yeah,
the penguin is a good breakout. A lot of people didn't have a lot of high regards, or House of the Dragon. Those two shows have really shown that, okay, there were initial reservations, but the quality of the shows, the quality of the writing, the quality of the acting, the quality of the production really won people over. And so people who had reservations, who actually watched this shit, actually said, "This is good, man. You gotta see this."
yeah, that was me. But yeah, again, but you still have a lot of people bitching and playing, and they're influential, I guess, for some reason. And yeah, it creates this like paradox of, okay, well, we can't make anything that's just remaking it, and we can't make anything interesting because it'll be shitty and everyone will reject it. Because a lot of times it is. Like a lot of times it is. So,
It
anyways,
is.
let's hop over to our favorite. What did you say? What was you say? Ethan is like CG turned
Comics
SJW.
Comicsgate King.
Comicsgate King.
I
He's the
don't think
king.
he's not an SJW. I
That's
don't
what
know
you
what's
said.
going. Well, I mean, shut up, not upstream, dude. This shit's beyond. All right, the fact that he likes Disney, Star Wars, and Obi-Wan, even though he can't really
Well, I think you're gonna find.
articulate why he likes it.
Yeah, I think you're gonna find the video we're listening to next interesting.
Okay,
Which I want to get through this so we can get to that.
Because if he was a real Star Wars fan and Obi-Wan fan, he would hate this show. And
Mhm.
but I think he's
Yeah.
doing it to troll Gary and those guys. And let me tell you about those guys.
Yeah, he's the king of kayfabe.
They don't give a fuck what Ethan or anybody in this sphere has to say, because they're sitting on 2 million subs. Gary can get on a stream right now and clear his throat and make $10,000.
Yeah, why the fuck would he give what? But he thinks they all care about what he has to say.
Yeah, they don't care. He
Yeah,
doesn't
they're laughing
exist.
at him.
He
Yeah, well, they're
doesn't exist to them.
Well,
You
when
know?
they hear about him, they just laugh and they're like,
Yeah.
"Okay, well, you're deranged," because he. I mean, well, here's
I
the
mean,
thing.
did you hear what Critical Drinker said to your boy Zach on Twitter?
No.
He said something like, I don't know where your hate boner came from for me, but just rub one out and get it over with, bro. That's it. Like,
There
what
you
the
go.
fuck, Zach? You're going after me? Okay. We worked together. We did
Yeah.
successful work. Why the fuck? Zach's going after Eric July now, and he was one of his biggest champions. So
Yeah. Well, he literally worked with Critical Drinker on the
he
comic
did
book.
on a
It's like
Rambo.
that's
Rambo, the
that's kind of
prequel.
weird. That's kind of
Yeah.
weird. You're like trying to. Okay.
And so Critical
Yeah.
Drinker
So,
just said, rub one out, dude, and get it over with, man.
right. Well, ironically, just like I guess for different reasons, just like Ripaverse, I'm also just gonna wait 2 years to like may pick up any of these books because that's when they'll actually be out.
I'm
And
actually backing Rainbow the Brood. So
okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm not because I'll just buy it when it's on the eBay store. I'm not like I want to get a book. Like I want to buy a book. And no offense to these guys, but I'm not like a deep believer in whatever whatever attention you're trying to generate by going after Eric July. Like we got our own shit to do. Like they should be too.
yeah.
You know, it's like when we talk about people who aren't like focused on the shit that they're working on. Like look at all
I don't know.
tell
That's become the brand. That's
yeah,
become the brand.
okay. Well, I mean, it's still my
And
money though.
yeah.
I feel really bad if we have a book and it gets delayed. and I don't get it to people or something. Like I don't know. I guess that's a mortal sin though to talk about. It's weird. Like these guys are all fighting back and forth.
Well, if you promise
And, like,
something, that's one thing. Like with Mercenary Go, we haven't promised really shit.
we haven't
So-
launched anything yet.
Right.
Yeah,
So
we haven't set any expectations except
no.
we're gonna try to launch the campaign before the end of the year. That's it. Yeah, you got to be careful
For the
with
first
expectation.
book in the volume. So
Yeah, you have if you set an expectation, you can't then turn around and be angry when people judge you based off that. Like you're a fucking adult. I don't know. It's weird. Like these guys all fight back and forth with each other, and they're they're like calling out each other for like certain points and issues and stuff, and they don't seem to understand that two things can be true at the same time. Like like this guy could be coming out with bad books, and this other guy could come out with you know some people
well,
think it's good, some people think it's
here's
actually
another
shit.
thing.
But
Yeah.
but hold on. Let me
Okay.
like this guy is coming out with we'll say a good book. Okay, we'll just say assume guy A comes out with a shitty book quick, and guy B comes out with a good book, but it takes for fucking ever. Okay, both of those things are bad. Like you should want a quality thing that comes out relatively soon. And like obviously there's the third factor, which is price. But it's not bad to say like, oh well, this book was bad. You should have let it cook longer. Okay, well my book's really good.
Here's the biggest problem I have.
It's fucking
And
dumb.
I can speak to it personally, and you know that. Many of these people are using crowdfunding. Ethan has more money than you, me, and God put together. He does. He's worth more than I'm paying for this shit out of my pocket. I'm funding it. I'm not crowdfunding it. I'm not asking for a fucking dime until this shit is ready to about launch. Then I'll ask for fucking basically pre-purchases.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I got millionaires and people saying, well, we need to crowdfund in order to survive. That is
Mm-hmm.
some of these people, that is absolute fucking bullshit.
Right. And the irony is both of them would laugh at you and say, "Oh, you're dumb. You should con other people into paying for something that doesn't exist yet to give
Right.
you money," when
Right.
they have either no track record or a bad track record. That you should get other people to give you money to crowdfund this thing.
No.
Whether you're, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're the
Right. And
dumbass.
because if we'd have done that when we got, it's been over a year now.
Yeah,
How would my reputation? See, nobody can
yeah,
stain my reputation as far as not
right,
delivering on time because I haven't promised dick.
right.
When
And so
when we do promise dick, it'll
they're gonna
deliver.
get the dick.
Yeah, you'll get the dick.
You'll get the D. You were delivering our package to you.
You
Yeah,
know.
and because we spent a good amount of time on it, we think it's gonna be good. Obviously the consumer will judge us for that, but
Obviously, I
yeah,
mean
but
everything's subjective.
the goal is we spend a time working on it. So by the time we release it and we put the time into it, it'll be good. It won't be rushed, so it won't be shitty. But
Yeah.
as far as anyone
And
knows,
I understand somebody like one of these guys, like a 17-year-old kid. So he has to crowdfund and he's
Mhm.
drawing it and writing it himself. And I get that. And I supported him. And I don't care how long it takes. But then there's people, and I'm not going to mention names, in the community who have better houses, cars, they have season tickets for certain ball games that can cost, and you know what I mean? It's like, you got money, motherfucker. Like, why don't you get the book 3/4 of the way done, then put up a crowd fund?
well, because like I just told you, because why would they do that when they could
Yeah.
get paid while they're working? And there's again, there's a lot of projection on both sides. Like the people criticizing Eric, you could see the same kind of flaws in them. Like you can see the things he's criticizing people for in him. Like it's really weird. But I'm beginning to realize a lot of these people don't have self awareness, or take your pick. One or both sides do, and they're just bullshitting people.
Well, and sometimes that befalls me, and then I have people like you or Luke to kick me in the ass and say, "You're full of shit, dude." And it's like, yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? It's like, but the thing is that I think if you have the money, you should
These people
fund
just
it
must
as
not have
much
friends.
yourself. Yeah, it's tough friends or strong friends.
Or people blowing shit up their ass all day, just smoke,
Yeah,
sucking their dick.
but if you have the money, fund it yourself, and then promote it when it's about ready. But
yeah, I mean,
because this whole thing, all this shit, this crowdfunding, I have crowdfunded books back in 2019 that I'm
that's
still getting
retarded.
emails for, and I send a response email that says, you know what, go fuck yourself, actually work, get your fucking work done.
Yeah, stop begging for me for money. And yeah, like it's
we're on page 47 now, and it's like my credit card's already been charged, and I think you're fucking gaslighting me. And now at this point, I don't care if I ever get the fucking book. It's your money. You win. Ha ha ha. You got me for $25. When I see your name on anything, I'm never going to fucking back it again.
Yeah. So it's weird when you have people like Ethan calling Eric July a scammer or like a grifter, but he's charging like at least Eric came out with a shitty book. Like you call it what it call it what you will.
He put something out that was some people like it, some people like it. That's fine. I didn't, but
I mean, look, they both have their diehard supporters that'll pay for anything they shit out. You know what I mean? Like, but
I mean, I think Ethan's work is better than Eric July's. I'm gonna be quite honest.
Sure. There's
but
definitely a higher. That's why I'm saying, like, let's assume for the sake of argument, one
John
guy.
Malin's isn't. I'm going to tell you right now, John Malin's, in my opinion, is not, maybe artistically, but not from a writing standpoint. It is not better than what Eric July's doing. So,
Well, I have to get the thing I backed so I can judge Ethan's stuff, because I'm not a diehard Cyberfrog guy, so I haven't bought all his stuff over the years. So I bought Eric July's. I read that part of it as much as I could get through. Judge that based on what I read.
I may give Horseman a try
that.
when that. I'm
Yeah,
not going to pre-order, but I may
right.
give that a try.
Yeah, I know. I would genuinely give that a try again, but not at full price because, again, of what the expectation Eric sets. But yeah, like if I eventually get the thing I order for Ethan, I'm gonna read it and judge that, and we'll see. But yeah, I mean, in general, from what I hear, he's got higher quality stuff. I mean, just look at this John Malin cover. That's better than your average Ison cover.
Yeah.
So
he can draw. I mean, the guy's a talented artist.
Yeah, he's got good artists, but
you know,
what I mean, like, unfortunately for fucking artists, people just don't judge you on the quality. Like, artists think that they're God's gift to the world. Like, people judge you on the product that you create.
some people do buy a
So-
comic just for the art, and
But are
they're
they gonna-
just they're fanboys of certain artists. And
Well, yeah, again, people
yeah.
have diehard supporters, but I'm talking about like the average person. They can buy something, but then, like you said, that you feel like you got duped. It's like, okay, you take my money and you're not giving me a fucking product. What am I paying you for? It elicits the same kind of emotional response.
Yeah.
Like, if you, like, again, so that's where I'm kind of now fought back to where I'm defending Eric, because I'm like, okay, well, you can call his stuff shitty, but at least he delivered a fucking product.
Yeah. He did, and he's
Like,
delivering to his fans. He's not playing into the detractor. He used to play into them,
right,
and now he's ignoring them. And I think he's having better success because he's just ignoring all the people taking shots at him.
Yeah, who cares? Like, focus on your fucking business and sell your books. I mean, he may not be able to pronounce the word business, but he's doing that. I mean, look, I don't follow either of these guys really anymore. Like, I'm just kind of like on the periphery. I mean,
yeah, me too.
I'm still in their email newsletters, so this is based off of, I guess, of the work I last viewed with that. Like, I'm not up to date on all the drama and all the.
I'm not either.
Who's doing what to who. I'm saying this from the basis of, okay, you guys I set aside all the other bullshit and the fucking kayfabe, the fake bullshit, and then the like back behind the scenes deals and whatever people are doing to other people. From my perspective, you put out a product. I'm judging you for the fucking product or the lack thereof. And I'm saying this as someone who's done crowdfunding. So when they say stuff like, well, we're not Marvel and DC. If you just want to pick up a comic, go to your comic shop. No, it isn't. I should expect to not get a book for multiple years or not at all, or go to the comic shop and get shitty Marvel. Like, if I'm going to get a higher quality product, I still expect to get the product. And I still expect to get it in a reasonable amount of time. Like, there's nothing inherent to crowdfunding that means I'm totally beholden as a customer to when you decide, like, and if that is the case, okay, great. Well, then, yeah, again, I'm just not going to back stuff. and then the crowdfunding falls apart because people just aren't going to back stuff when they're
I'm
like they
done
get a bad
backing stuff. I'm
yeah,
done with it.
like you get a
I
bad
quit.
taste in your mouth. Yeah, and there's a
I
million
quit.
people now, and it's you get a bad taste in your mouth, and there's no hard and
quit.
fast rule. There's no hard and fast rule for either of these sides. Like people think, oh, well, I'm just right, and what I think is right, and what people think are other people that disagree with me are wrong. No.
Well, then you have to ask the
So,
question: are the people who are putting out crowdfunding also backers? Like I came from a fan perspective, and now I'm entering into this water. So I have books I backed 6 years ago. I'll never see that money again.
yeah. Well,
So
we're kind of talking from both sides, right? So like, you've backed probably more stuff than I have.
mhm.
You have a bad taste in your mouth as a fan. I'm coming it from the perspective of putting out books, like we're creators or we're publishing books, and you can still come out with a book uh, and not set the expectation that people are going to walk away feeling like you've conned them out of their money because they don't know, whether or not you're actually going to deliver a product. So
Yeah.
it's it
Again,
goes both ways.
I've gotten to the point where I've given up. I'm not going to send them a message on Indiegogo or anything. They got my money. If I ever get a book, I'll probably be fucking 65, pushing a fucking walker, and here's your Dragon Age book or whatever the fuck it was
Dragon Age.
called, and here it is.
Oh, Dragon Rage.
Yeah, no, not Dragon
No.
Rage, but Dragon Realm or Dragon, whatever it is. Here it is. It was featured on RGE stream, and the only reason why I backed it is because RGE was promoting it, and these people still to this day have not delivered, at least not to me. But I'm a huge fan of RGE, Raging Golden Eagle, for those folks out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Love that fucking guy, and I don't hold him responsible at all.
Right. Yeah, I mean, people go. I mean, we're going to go on shows to promote our stuff. So as far as they know, we're just another indie person producing a book. But yeah, I mean, that's. I mean, eventually, you just can't. You cannot separate that. That's kind of like how stereotypes are formed, because there's enough true things that happen to you. You start to form a pattern, and you go, "Huh, my over under on this, like risk reward of backing something versus not backing something, like there's like a overwhelming negative feeling. I have a bad taste in my mouth about backing from people because they don't give me
like
my shit.
with somebody like Ethan. I know I can just buy from his eBay store when it comes out.
Right.
So
that's what I'm
I'll
saying.
do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
Yeah,
what I'll do.
That's what I was saying. Like, yeah,
and with my book, you can buy it from Shattermare. So
yeah, and we'll have books. We'll have special versions that you get for the yeah. I mean, my standard for doing a crowdfunding is basically, and again, like from our earlier conversation in the stream, you gotta get rid of the FOMO shit. So in the past, I would back more stuff, or I would buy more stuff, pre-order or whatever. It's just like pre-ordering fucking video games, where people are like, please stop giving them your money when they haven't proven they can give you a good game. It's kind of like that now for crowdfunding. Like, please stop backing these. So my standard is now basically, is there any interesting perk that would like in the crowdfunding campaign? No? Okay, then I'll just wait till the book comes out. And if it comes out and I miss it, and that's the only time it's there, and I can't get on eBay, you know what? Fine. Like, it's better to not have wasted money and time and energy than not get it, in my opinion. And if it did well, or they want to continue selling a different cover, I'll buy that to read it.
I mean, it's really hard to sell things like cards and tchotchkes when it's not been established.
Yeah,
Like those things
exactly.
usually come after. I mean, it's nice to toss in a bookmark or something like that, but
Right, but like,
it's really hard to say we're going to give you this, because I got all kinds of tchotchkes from books that I thought were dog shit.
yeah,
It's
but like, well, set that
hey,
aside. I'm talking about stuff like an example is like Razor Fist's graphic novel. I was interested in that. I missed out. I didn't get it because I was like, well, again, I just want the book. I don't care. And so when I think it was you told me or he was doing a video or something that said, yeah, we did really good. Like, we're working on the second volume to this, and then we'll offer, the first one there, or we'll offer it again when we print it, and it'll be like a second run or whatever. It's going to be different and I go, yeah, obviously you'd want to do something different than what you
they
did for
have
the
a
people who
colored
backed it.
they have a colored run going right now, I think.
Okay. Yeah, even better. So like, I'll just get that because I know, okay, great, you've come out with this book already. If okay,
Yeah.
sure, I can wait
It's
while it
good.
gets colored.
It's good.
Yeah, I'll
It's
get
worth
it.
it.
I'll get it as a full colored book. That's pretty much that's my standard now. I'm not
Okay.
I'm not chasing FOMO or shit and paying for something that doesn't exist. Like, and you can come up, and that's as a fan. That's as someone who, uh, no, I take that back. Like, I can't untangle that. I can't say, oh well, no, because my experience of creating books has definitely shaped my opinion of being on this side of like versus just buying stuff, like being a creator versus a consumer. So, um, anyways, all right. So this is well, I don't know if we have enough time. It's already after 11.
So
Should we?
he's releasing another book, and it's like, you got books you need to finish. So
Yeah, you're releasing
I
books on top
don't
of books.
understand the timing of this or any of that. There's people saying there's going to be a failure. I have no idea, but the bottom line is that you got to finish Cyberfog 3. This is something he criticized Zach about, by the way, back a few years ago when Zach was
Yes,
doing these
I
other things.
right.
And,
So
and he said Jawbreakers is your thing. You should just focus on Jawbreakers and establish that. Well, Ethan is now going with, okay, we got Cyber Frog, but now we got this Rainbow Brute, which I backed, I think 4 or 5 years ago was the initial thing. And now he has this Hierophant. And it's like,
mhm,
you're doing the same thing that Zach, that you criticized Zach of
yeah,
4 or 5 years ago. Why don't you focus on Cyber Frog, and
hmm
these other projects can be in the works down the road? Establish Cyber Frog. You got the figures. You're so far along on it. Nail that, and don't release any other shit. You know what I mean?
hmm
Like, and so he's
yeah.
doing
You,
the
you,
same
you know what
thing.
that's called, William?
What? I
Um,
don't.
hold on, let me Google it for you. Oh, I remember, a Ponzi scheme.
Okay.
When you're putting out something or bullshitting people, your investors, you're conning them into giving you money for something
Yeah.
to pay off the other thing, and then you have a cycle of where you're constantly
Yeah.
trying to put it because
Well, maybe that's why he has so much money. Maybe
Mhm.
maybe we're not doing it right.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we're doing it. I mean, I don't think that's doing it right, but personally, I have standards for myself and the people I work with. So, like, yeah,
Okay.
I might not be like EVS wealthy,
Yeah.
but I don't like I'd prefer to sell a real book. I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so this is a video of that Shane Davis guy reacting to the perch. Do you want to watch that, or do you want to watch the Perch video?
We'll watch him reacting because
Okay.
that's probably more.
I just don't remember if Katie like breaks it up and edits it though. Because like after this, I
She
went back.
doesn't. I don't think she does.
Okay. Because I had to go watch the unedited video because this guy also just yells and shouts a lot, and I guess that's
Because
entertaining.
normally Shane Davis is one of the most boring people you could ever have on a street. Him and John Malin they are like sawing wood.
Mhm.
They are boring, monotone. Just when I do at Marvel, it's just boring as fuck. I can't even
Right,
watch it.
but those are the guys that get all the spots on the stream.
No personality.
So, yeah.
And I'm probably
Okay. Is the volume good?
Yeah.
And we can see it. Okay.
goddamn 14 minutes. I don't know if I'm getting through this.
This is Inception because it's courtesy of Katie Did. And we're watching Shane watch a Perch comics video. Holy fuck. Oh my god, what does the internet come to?
I'll perch out for this, and I'm sure somebody. I have a theory that I'm gonna call Perch out for this, and I'm sure somebody will send me a video. First off,
hey everybody, this is Perch. Let me read this mail here, which I'm sure will stir up some feels from all of you.
okay. First off, I have a theory that
All right. First off, I have a theory. Well, I've seen this video already, so I did this. So this is gonna be a little bit of a spoiler, and we can skip ahead because this is like a 34-minute video.
Okay.
So Shane proceeds to come up with his theory about Perch and like his whole channel, and then with no like secret, oh look at the evidence I have for this. Like look at this guy, he's making shit up. He bases like his whole reaction video off of this. So I'm just gonna throw out. Okay, so
he has no facts. He
has no facts. So let's go ahead and create our straw man of a guy, and he thinks this guy's talking about him. So I take it personally. So that's
Did it turn tribal? Yeah, it is tribal.
It is, Matt. Yeah, it is. We're
is.
in that. We're in that.
It's Comics Gate Kings, and that's it, man. And
yeah. Right. Well, because they're the real crowdfunders, and Eric July, pretty much just doing direct to consumer. Right. I mean, that's probably where I would categorize him. That's destroying crowdfunding. All right.
I'm gonna call Perch out for this, and I'm sure somebody will send me a video where he responds because I think he actually talks about me in this for a split second, and maybe not.
He doesn't. Spoiler alert. He just thinks he does because he's doing exactly the thing that he references someone doing. So it's like Perch mentions that, and then he, after the fact, talks. It's funny. You'll see.
I don't know. Somebody sent me this and said, I think he's talking about you. See what I just did there? I don't. There's no proof of that. Number one comic books that you ever saw that there's a letter page in the back. You have your Marvel, like say Nighthawk #1, and there's a letters column in the back, and like holy shit. You ever wonder how there was fan mail? Fan mail, MAIL.
All right, so he talks about how if it's an issue 1 and a kid sent in a letter, obviously the book isn't even out yet, and so why the hell would there be fan mail? It's not the fans, it's the editors making that up to give you an idea of the book.
Yeah.
So that's the theory of Perch making this video because Perch got an email or a letter from a viewer that sent the letter to him. But really, the guy who wrote the letter is just Perch. That's the premise of this. Okay? I want to skip ahead so we can get to the actual fucking video.
don't know, in 2000 was, hey, Perch, always love your show. Thank you for being a voice of reason in an otherwise shrill and annoying space. Shrill and annoying. Shrill by its nature is annoying. I think that's redundant. Anyway, shrill and annoying space. I have a question about crowdfunding comics, and more to the point, why it feels like a lot of the people who create crowdfunded comics have fumbled the opportunity. Let me explain. When we first started seeing a lot of crowdfunded comics, it was at a time when it felt like the mainstream was blocking new creators from publishing even under indie banners. It's old history now, but once upon a time, Zach tried to publish a comic book through Antarctic Press, was blocked by Mark Waid, and ultimately that led him to do crowdfunding. I feel like that event unlocked the idea in a lot of people's minds that they didn't have to play the traditional game. As a result, for several years, we saw members of the quote-unquote classic comic community attack crowdfunding because they didn't like that somebody found an escape hatch. Somebody found an escape hatch outside of their control. Outside of, and out to get out, you get the idea. Outside of their control. However, fast forward to today, and the big fights with crowdfunding are no longer from the classic comic community, but from within crowdfunders themselves. I know you don't like to pay attention to all this stuff, and so for all I know, you don't. But if you take a look at what's going on within groups like CG and others, the majority of the time seems to be spent attacking each other.
Life is of little value in Rome. Living in the shadow of the rich and powerful. But all of this is about to change.
I don't get it. So many people worked hard to create an avenue outside of the mainstream. And now, rather than propping it up and supporting it, most of the effort goes into shitting on each other. Take a look at Eric July. Eric July has opened up another way to get comics outside the mainstream, and by all accounts, is successful at doing so. He's created work for new comic creators and old creators alike. Chuck Dixon is getting a renewed chance in the spotlight thanks to Eric July. For the record, I don't particularly enjoy Eric July's books, but I do enjoy what he's done for comics. However, his biggest detractors, once again, are...
Yeah, see, that's the other thing that bothered me is the letter he's reading refers to us as detractors. He doesn't.
Isn't that what they call themselves?
Yeah.
Don't they have like, oh, we're detracting?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, whether you do it ironically or whoever did it first, whoever said, oh, if Eric July says, oh, all of my detractors, if these guys go, yeah, we're Eric July's detractors. Like, if you say it mockingly, you repeat yourself a million times, like, you are that thing. It's not like they're doing it ironically. But
your fucking channel is dedicated to tearing down Eric July, like Ethan's, like Frog Tony's, like Katie Did's. They're specifically dedicated to tearing down Eric July. And again, I don't like Eric July's work, but this seems pathetic to me. Like,
there comes a point.
What the fuck life do you have?
Right, there comes a point where you're crossing over into
obsession.
Yeah, and so it's funny that they don't have enough self-awareness to know that. Like, your whole entire channel is dedicated to that. So if you're doing that, you do have to acknowledge that. I mean, there isn't. It isn't like, oh well, you guys don't understand the context, or you. And I think he mentions this here. Like, clearly, this guy doesn't know any of the history of what Eric July has done. Right. He doesn't need to know anything. All he has to do.
Well, he even said he didn't care for Eric's books.
Right, which is what reasonable people do. Like, it doesn't matter if he knows the history intricately and he follows all the channels and he fucking red strings everything
goes to his fucking warehouse. Or...
Yeah. Like, anyone could have been on your guy's side and then look at the way you guys operate and go, wow, okay, well, at some point you just don't fucking buy his book and you move on to other things. Like that's
the way
why,
I look at it.
right? That's why, and that's the
I
way.
used to enjoy it. Now I look at it and goes, "Wow, you're still doing this
Yeah,
shit."
you're still doing like I can
Like-
check in later, I guess. Yeah, that's and I say, wow, I'm like finding myself in the position of flipping back over to defending Eric because it's like, I mean, how fucking long do you go on with this? And so I agree with the guy in the letter who, again, the Shane's gonna vehemently say, well, it's you, Perch, it's just you. Okay, well, I guess everyone's a Nazi now. But
could
what?
I take one minute?
Yeah,
Okay, and
Yeah, go for
you can go on with your point. And then we can start the video when I get back.
yeah. I'm just saying. Well, to the folks at home, I mean, this is what I say when I say people shift their values, or what people will call like horseshoe theory or whatever, is because the guy in the Perch video who wrote the letter, Perch talking about that or whatever, makes a very poignant, astute observation about, yes, now that it's these Comicsgate people in their crowdfunding space, and they have to deal with someone like Eric July coming in. Uh, it it's not just like it's obviously a personal thing. It's not just like when William says, "Oh, well, yeah, it looks like an obsession." Like, yeah, it is. I mean, it's not like a, oh, well, let's point out the things about this guy, or, well, I'm sorry, I can't really endorse this guy because I think his stuff is bad, and I'm sorry if you hear me say this, but it's pretty bad. Like, or let's all have a good laugh, in good fun or whatever. No, it's just like, it's just like, oh, look, the same SJW tactics. This, I've heard the same language on their side, the same kind of not just language, terminology, same kind of terminology, the same tactics, the same attacking them. So that's why when people see you guys talk like this, act like this, that's why they're calling you jealous, by the way. It's not because they're uninformed. It's not because they're not, quote unquote, educated. If that sounds familiar, oh, you just need to educate yourself into the way I think. So that way then you'll think like me and then you'll agree like me. No, it's not that they're ignorant or educated. They see you guys making video day after day after day after month after month after day after year after day after month, going on months or year, whatever it's been. And they see that and they come to the obvious conclusion that, yeah, there's other reasons here underlying the fact of what you do, why you do it. And it's either because you're jealous or you're trying to regain some kind of money from the
There's some kind of wound that can't be. There's a hole that can't be filled.
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of like with MGTOW. Like you and I are both.
Yeah.
We're experienced with Red Pill and MGTOW, and there are MGTOW that absolutely hate women outright. Right?
Yeah. I mean, they're just.
they're and then there are some like myself who I don't hate any. I try to treat everybody with respect. I deal with women every day at work. I deal with them at my local. I treat every human being with respect, no matter what color, creed, unless they give me reason not to. And I don't hate women, but I understand their nature and I protect myself in certain ways. But I never treat them as, you know what I mean? And but there are MGTOW out there who absolutely hate women. Like there is misogyny. Maybe people going through the red pill rage or something like that. But there's a time and place for that. And I think these guys have been going through the Eric July red pill rage for a year and a fucking half now, or maybe more. And it's like, okay,
That's what I'm
now it's
saying, yeah.
time to get a grip, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and like the guy in the letter likens it to, it's like the old guard trying to defend their their power from the new guard. It's a paradigm shift. Like, it's just people that are uh insecure, not necessarily emotionally, but like um
Tribal. It's tribal. This is tribal.
yeah,
There is
it
no.
is
Well, who the
tribal.
fuck are
It's the
we
best way.
then in all this mix? Who the fuck is Shattermare Comics then? I mean, who are we?
We're our own tribe.
Yeah. So
Well,
if we're not
yeah.
part of this tribe, they're not going to promote us. If we're not part of this tribe, they're not going to promote us. And I don't want to suck at anybody's teeth. I want my work to speak for itself. And just like, look, I'm putting it out there. If you like it, great.
Yeah,
if you
but
don't, give me
yeah,
criticism.
yeah,
Let me hear
but
it.
but that's also because we're not in the position of power or influence. This is like when I tell you people change their values.
Yeah.
Like, and when I say insecurity, I mean like on a subconscious level, they understand that there's competition and there's a paradigm shift, so they're trying to maintain the power, the hold that they have, even if it's a niche industry. You know what I mean? It's not like comics is like but it happens anything. It's just human nature. Like,
Yeah.
they're trying to make those people out to be bad or whatever. They're the victims. It's, I mean, that's
You're not
exactly
a
what.
pro. How dare you?
Yeah, whatever
You know,
way to
or
separate themselves into another
somebody
tribe.
would probably say you're not a real fucking writer. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
Yeah, they'll say
whatever.
all kinds of shit. Yeah.
It's
So,
like, well, read the book and then judge. You know.
well, but that's not the point. They're just doing it as a tax. That's why the people that we call SJ, that's why they're showing SJW
They
trade.
are. They are.
They're displaying that because it's just it's not even like a leftist thing. It's just human nature to try to to attack their character and put him down. And this guy's point, he is right, because if Eric July, for good or bad, when he's trying to start like his creator channel, focus channel, I think I've seen one of these. Actually, I think he mentioned it in this video, maybe. But uh, or like, oh, you have to do this and that, or he's starting Ripascend or whatever. If you look at it and you don't read into it and just assume that there's a bunch of nefarious shit going on, like these guys do, in like their obsession, just doing daily, yearly, monthly, whatever. He's actually doing a really good thing for people, and he got a lot of people excited about comics again, like you and me. We're excited to be involved and to pick up ISOM, in the beginning. So like there are very positive things about what he's doing, but
Yeah, but again, I think it was his, his text to Ethan, and I guess Ethan found that kind of threatening, and I understand that, but at some point in time, like, you got to let shit go, and
right, or that's how Ethan portrayed it, though. See, I stopped believing in Ethan's bullshit when he just straight up came out and said, "Yeah, this is all kayfabe." So who knows? Like, it's all just characters and
in which case, there's people like us and Pete Samedi and what have you, and Irene, that are actually legit and just making comics. Because
we're just trying to do our thing.
This is the last thing I want to get involved in is, any of this shit.
Yeah, for sure. I just think it's interesting because it's so tribal. It's another paradigm shift. It's like, oh, this is how people their perceptions change with people coming in that are competition, that they see as competition. So
I mean, really, the only guy who's really knocking it out of the park is Graham Nolan. The rest of them really need to focus on their fucking craft.
right, but guess
For
what?
real.
He
Focus
goes
on your fucking craft, and
right.
Graham Nolan, follow his lead. He's the only indie guy right now really fucking killing it, art
Yeah.
and story
But
wise
he
and production.
Right, but he's a professional guy. He goes on everyone's streams. Like people like to talk to him. He makes
Oh
good
yeah, he'll
stuff.
go on Friday Night Tights, or he'll go on,
Yeah,
you know, and you notice none of these guys ever say shit about that. If he
yeah.
goes on Real BBC, they will
try
not
to-
they will not even EFAP it.
Yeah, exactly. They're picking and choosing. Like all these guys are, don't get
They
it
will
wrong.
not
Like,
they will not touch Graham Nolan. They
well, or they'll go after the guys. They won't go after him, right?
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh, they had Graham on, but look at these fucking idiots around. Like they'll flip it around.
Yeah, they
where it's
talked
like,
about farts or something, and
yeah,
oh, Graham's so above that, you know. It's like
right.
Graham seems like he's having a good time. He can log off anytime he wants, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big spin. So once you realize that, I mean, it's not like, it's weird how it's just like fucking random indie comics and people are like, this guy's a villain and this guy's the hero. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at like professional wrestling, then okay, sure, I guess you want to be the baby face, but I'm not going to look at this guy as a heel. I'm just going to look at all you assholes like fake assholes trying to gin up drama and some kind of attention, even if it's negative, just to justify your sales.
Just to get super chats.
Yeah, just to get super chats, to go buy baseball tickets or whatever, or, fund your comic. If, like, and that seems like you can't just do it on your own. Like you have to have some reason to get people, to get heat, as Vince McMahon would say, to get heat on your book.
Yeah.
So
that's
like
good
Eric
show.
July's book.
what?
That's a good show. The
Yeah.
McMahon show. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Books, but the detractors is like, who the fuck used the word detractor before as much? I mean, did Eric July write this fucking letter?
Right. Of course, Eric July wrote this letter.
Right, but Frog Tony kind of brought in, yeah, we're the detractor stream, and then Ethan was on those streams, and
Yeah,
so
you guys did that.
So it really was, and Frog Tony is supposedly the chosen one of Comicsgate, as his Twitter thing reads. So as Frog Tony goes, you go. And so he and TJ Laser and the rest of them are the detractors. Now I have no problem against those guys. They're, I've had good times with those guys, but at the same token, that is exactly their purpose in what they are. And Ethan and the rest of Comicsgate has adopted them, and Katie did,
Yeah.
who is also a known detractor of Eric July. And so that's where you're at, man.
Yeah, that's
Like
you guys.
you sleep where you shit, man. And
yeah, you guys did that. So I don't know why there's all this confusion about, oh, who did this, Eric? No, you guys.
now, do I like Eric's books? No, I don't. Do I like a lot of his business practices? We've talked about that.
We don't have to.
No.
Yeah, we don't have to reiterate that every hour on the hour. It's fine. Like,
yeah,
if people listen to this our show, I guess it's really just our show right now, they know where we stand. I mean, we literally just looked through Rippaverse stuff and was like, yeah, stop buying CG graded books.
What
They're
not
basically a
to
scam.
do. What
Yeah.
not to do.
Yeah, we look at him as a case study as what not to do.
Yeah.
If
This
you're
is how
a
not
creator.
to create a trailer. Here you go.
Right.
You
Right. Exactly. And we look at these guys as, hey, this is how not to alienate a bunch of fucking people and become the thing that you bitch
right.
about.
But
for the
then we
last 4
do it
years.
we do it once a week or whatever, and then it's out of our system, and then we're on to the next topic talking about D&D.
Oh yeah, no,
You know, like
right.
these guys every fucking night. It's like,
well, the perch video is interesting. That's why I was asking you like whether you want to watch that or him talk about it. I mean, this
I'll watch him talk about it, but I'll check out the Purge, because Purge can be cringe and he can be good, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just kind of look at him. I haven't watched a ton of his videos, but I just kind of look at it as like kind of the normies, like the center, the center of the comic book YouTubers.
Yeah,
where he's just kind of, I mean, yeah, he could be cringe, but that's just because he's just looking at comic stuff. Like he's not just a CG guy.
Actually, my favorite channel is Thinking Critical. And so with limited time, I usually check out Thinking Critical.
Oh yeah, that guy's a pretty good comic channel.
Yeah.
But then he's not like, he's definitely not neutral. He talks about the same shit we talk about it.
Yeah.
So
but he actually reads the shit and breaks it down, the way Zach used to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. He's got that old school feel of Zach. So, which I want to do some of those on this channel too at some point.
Okay.
We can get around to doing edited videos.
maybe
I'll hire.
Maybe I'll go pick up the new Hawkeye and let's.
Hell yeah, let's do it. All right, here we go.
Are not Alana Smith or Heather Antos, but rather other crowdfunding creators. Why is that? As you've said many times in the past, rising tide.
But again, Perch is kind of like us. He doesn't.
Isn't he just reading a letter though? That's not his.
Well, he is, but he'll add some. He'll literally say, "Hey, this is where my opinion starts."
Okay.
Okay. But what I'm saying is like he doesn't have a dog in the fight, so he looks at it kind of the same way I look at it, which is why I guess I picked the video. So there's my bias. There you go.
Raises all boats. I don't know if I've said that many times, but that is true. But anyway, rising tide raises all boats. Shouldn't crowdfunding creators be thankful and proud of each other's success rather than create clicks?
Rising tide raises all boats. Imagine, I'm not even going to get into it.
And factions, and basically,
because it's
well said.
What's
well
there
said
about that? Yeah, what's there to fucking argue with there?
Same bullshit that we all try to get away from. I know that you often talk to Sean Murphy. I'm curious his thoughts too.
Yeah, who gives a fuck what Sean Murphy thinks? Like,
so now he goes on a tirade because they're not talking about him; they're talking about Sean Murphy.
Sean Gordon Murphy.
Gordon Murphy, yeah, which is, and Sean Gordon Murphy did a crowdfunding book. So
he did.
There you go.
He made over 500,000. They called it a failure.
Right. Exactly. Of course, it's a failure, and it was a Zorro book.
Yeah.
I mean, but he gave a fuck what Sean Murphy thought.
I mean, apparently the people who spent $500,000 on his crowdfunding book, that's it. Not you guys.
DC does.
Look. I'm saying this as us who do crowdfunding for like a couple grand, I'm not like, but obviously people give a shit, right? Like, obviously people gave a shit about Eric July. Obviously the core people who care about you guys give a shit about you, right? Like, it's come on, guys. Like, get your head out of the fucking sand.
Doesn't even care what the fuck Sean Murphy thinks. Why in the fuck does anybody give a fuck what Sean Murphy thinks? No, here's the thing about Sean Murphy. Nobody ever gave a shit about what Sean Murphy thinks. They only gave a fuck how Sean Murphy drew. That's it. I've never heard anybody in the industry.
Well, he wrote that Zorro book and presumably drew it.
Well, he also wrote a Batman White Knight, which I have all 4 issues,
which a lot of people enjoyed.
Yeah, so he wrote and drew and brought in the Batmobile from the '89 Batman into that comic. So
nice.
Yeah. So he drew and wrote it. Something, Shane, you might want to take a few notes there on how to write, bro.
Right.
Just telling you.
Stop
as an author.
Right. Stop projecting. Oh, no one wants to hear. No one gives a shit about what he thinks.
Sean Gordon Murphy is a fucking real talent.
So
for real.
So this guy who's an artist, and these guys can't write worth shit. draw, right? Even though they could learn to write, arguably.
They think they can. They think they can.
I mean, okay, look, William, I don't want to be an asshole, but in my opinion, it's way easier to learn to write than it is to learn to draw. Well,
yes.
Well, okay, let me preface that. Well, because
yes, I agree.
Okay, so we're on the same page there. So this guy who is an artist, arguably, should be able to learn to write well, is criticizing a guy who can write well and draw well.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Just want to make sure we got our bearings there. Okay, cool.
I wonder what Sean Murphy thinks. Nobody. There was never a line of people that wondered what.
This is where if this was an edited video, I'd drop in wow and show the sales figures on it. Yeah. his Batman and his Zorro book, and be like wah wah.
Yeah.
You just get my voice effect live, people.
What the fuck Sean Gordon Murphy thought.
Okay.
Here's another example of crowdfunding getting a legit superstar to make his own comics. Except if you notice who the biggest people who attack are, it is other crowdfunders who go at Sean Murphy for things like cultural appropriation, his character's not looking pretty enough, or bad dialogue, which is a laugh given some of the dialogue in their own books.
Haha. You said it. This is still the letter.
I've already covered that.
Yeah.
Why not embrace?
I mean, I remember people not necessarily talking about the cultural appropriation, which I could believe that they're doing. I remember people talking about, like, oh, the Zorro is probably going to have this female character take over and become the female Zorro, and it's going to shit on Zorro, and what else were they saying? I don't remember. I'm tired.
All right, let's just go.
That you have a creator like Sean Murphy in your space rather than attacking. I guess I just don't get it. And for me, I find myself going to manga or quite frankly back to the mainstream because the petty childish drama is worse within our own creation. Damn.
Oh, that's what Kyle reads. Manga.
Yep.
You know what's at a whole section of Barnes and Noble? Manga.
Let me know your thoughts.
32 shows compared to 4.
Yep.
If, by the way, if this video is, chewed up and evapped or anything, this kind of stuff it tends to make it abundantly clear.
All right.
And by the way, I don't know if Sean Gordon Murphy is
disclaimer time
or not, but he's done work I like. So, and he's had success. They said his book, which actually was closer to 600 grand, was a huge failure. Fuck, I'd love that failure for Mercenary Guild. Just
like,
let
all right,
me know.
Sign me up for a failure,
dude.
Sign us up. We want to fail really hard. Really hard. Yeah, that's
time, guys. Disclaimer, let's fucking go. All right. Let's make sure.
Okay. If, by the way, if this video is, chewed up and evapped or anything, it's this kind of stuff that tends to make it abundantly clear, because there's one dumbass who did this and then seemed to not understand that I was reading a letter from somebody.
And then he smiles because he's literally about to say the thing he's doing about him, and he realizes, oh, haha, that's funny. You know how like you smile, you do like a cheesy smile because you're caught, and you're like,
Cheshire smile.
Yeah, like he's about to talk about you for saying that was not his opinion.
That was a letter from somebody, not my own opinion.
You wrote yourself that goddamn letter, Perch. You wrote that. That's not somebody. That is you. You son of a fucking.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
You wrote yourself that letter. Don't you fucking put that shit on me. You wrote that. You goddamn know it. You even signed your name to that fucking. The Perch. No.
That's the most animated I've ever seen this guy.
I know, because usually he barely has a pulse.
Yeah.
You know.
Also, he owns cats. If that tells you anything, I don't. I would never trust a guy who owns cats. You don't own cats, right, William?
I don't own any. I did have a cat growing up. Maynard the cat.
Oh, yeah, like as a kid though.
As a kid, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I had cats as a kid, but as a grown man, like I'll only ever own dogs. So
yeah,
I will judge you if you own cats.
I'm looking at a Doberman right now. So
hell yeah.
Don't.
Here comes my own opinion. Nice break there in the in the what's going on. I listened to that. I don't listen to a lot of that. This was years ago.
So he gleefully becomes the dumbass that this guy is talking about in real time. But I guess instead of being embarrassed, he's crafted this idea of Perch being a fake asshole writing his own letters to himself. So he's like, got you. Like he doesn't feel weird.
Yeah, you signed that letter. How the fuck do you know? Did you notarize it?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm a notary, by the way. So
oh, nice. I was a notary for like a year, and then I didn't re-up my notary.
For here, it's 4. It lasts
still
for 4 years. So
I don't know what it is in Florida. See, I should know that. It's been that long. It's definitely expired. I did that in like 2015 or so. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Go. And somebody sent me a link to it, and I listened to it. I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, this dumbass doesn't realize I'm reading a.
I do realize you write yourself those fucking letters.
So now he's talking about you. I mean, he wasn't, but then you became that character. That
you
guy.
made it about you.
Yeah, you made it about you.
Which is what SJWs do.
Right. Ding, ding, ding. There you go.
Perch. I realize. You're right. This fucking dumbass realizes you write yourself these goddamn letters 3 times a day because you need 3 fucking videos. That's it. That's you. Type. Let me write Perch a letter.
Skip this.
Signed.
You
wrote yourself a goddamn letter. Fucking hell.
Fuck. This is humiliating.
Embarrassing. Yeah.
Dude, first of all, Perch Comics is a pretty popular comic channel, right?
Yeah. I mean, he gets Sean Gordon Murphy, although he's his buddy, so I guess that doesn't count.
Okay,
but
so
he's gotten other interviews.
He's gonna get DMs and what have you from people who have this view of Comicsgate, and this view of Comicsgate is
it's not unique.
It's not it's not ubiquitous to just mainstream people or what have you. That letter resonates, and but to accuse him of writing it himself to read on his stream, I think is hyperbolic and embarrassing and ridiculous.
Yeah, it's baseless. I mean,
Yeah, baseless is a great way to describe it.
Thank you.
This is clearly one of the dumbest people on the planet.
Receipts.
Anyway.
Unless you got receipts.
Yeah, show the receipts.
Wait.
No, I'm not. That you want. Like, look, no, Shane Davis is the dumbest.
Proven. Presuming people guilty until proven innocent, right? That's what SJWs do. That's we're forming a SJW bingo card.
This person on the planet because he saw me, guys. He peeked behind the curtain. I'm the wizard. Fuck you.
So what's my opinion? I honestly,
I don't know why you're so happy with yourself. I don't know. Like, I guess again, they just think everything's pro wrestling. So he's talking about somebody, probably multiple people, because people do that all the time on the internet.
Yeah.
Right. And so he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna become the guy." Like, so I can
see him getting a letter like that. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
That's why I wanted to.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to watch this video.
You could sum it up in one word.
It's again, yeah. It's not a minority opinion there.
It's jealousy, and it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and it is the same feeling and thread that you had from from. Do you remember when Keanu Reeves did the Berserk thing, and they crowdfunded it? And I remember a number of creators, but we'll pick on Heather for a moment. Heather Antos was really pissed about it, and it was like that guy's rich. He should be funding comics.
Yeah, I actually supported that. Most people in CG actually supported that. I don't.
Yeah, you're making this point for him, dumbass. No, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Perch said it. No, Shane said it. Someone said it.
Don't get. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Doing this shit, not raising money. Like there was a genuine anger from within, comics and other creators about why this guy was coming in and doing this, and it was jealousy. It was just that. It was as simple as that. There's somebody who has a lot of money, they're getting a lot of attention, a lot of success, and keep in mind in the early days that was the driving force of a lot of the criticism around crowdfunding. Like you identified correctly in the mail, comics was a walled garden, and you had to pay homage to get into it, and you had to play the game by their rules, and you had to suck up in the way they wanted you to suck up. I mean, this is how comics was. It was hard.
I hate that Perch, who at best is some third party. I've heard some dude tell me some story, knows how the fuck the industry works. Okay.
I mean, he's describing the same people you would have talked about. So, also now he's a third party that just heard something from someone. So, this is why I don't take these people seriously. Like, is he writing his own letters or not? Like, what are you even saying?
Yeah, I don't get it at this
So,
point.
so now this guy doesn't have an opinion on an industry that, frankly, doesn't require you to be an artist. He's talking about like people and human nature and like people who, if you have an industry that has gatekeepers, like the people who are in the industry who have to go through the bullshit are going to feel some sort of way about people who are creating a new paradigm. Doesn't require you to be the things he's going to go on to talk about.
He should have rethought this video.
I don't
because
know.
I actually like Shane as a, from what I've seen, but this is embarrassing.
I mean, but that's what these guys have become. I know it's just, it's what it is. It's the natural progression, I guess.
It's too bad.
Hopefully that doesn't happen to us if we get success and
no.
And it doesn't even matter in that sense, but
probably just won't be able to handle it and kill ourselves. Oops, it's YouTube. I can't say that. I can't make that joke.
Because you can't sum up how the industry works for people generally. Okay, because there's the way the industry works for a writer.
Yeah, why can't you? I know why he's doing the thing, but should I say why he's doing that? I don't know if he knows why he's doing that, but like he's I don't know what you call it, and like an argumentative tactic, but he's basically he's boiling everything down to like the granular detail to muddy things to then say, well, see, your point really doesn't have any weight here because there's different kinds of people in the industry. There's writers, there's artists, there's editors. So who are you talking about? You're talking about the writer? You're talking about no, he's talking about people trying to enter the industry, Shane. Like whether you're an artist, and then he'll go, well, writers have it harder. And so at the end of it, he just like talks himself into confusion.
There's the way the industry works for an artist. And you can't just generalize that. Because the writer's going to have a hell of a lot of harder time getting into comics than the artist. Because the portfolio just looks good. and people want good-looking artwork for the most part on their books. A writer has to be the right person in with the right person.
Can I skip this part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get into comics. I mean, like, so that's the thing that also kills me about Perch. If I have an issue with Perch, that's something it kills me. And I get he's a talking fucking head on YouTube. I get it. And somebody can clip this and say this on Perch. You're a talking fucking head on YouTube. That's it. That's it. That's it. You run your fucking mouth. That's it. But you run your mouth.
Damn, dude. It's pretty over the top. I mean, doesn't Perch bring on like industry professionals and interview them that aren't CG guys?
I think he does.
I mean, I guess he doesn't consider
It's been
Sean
a while
Gordon
since I
Murphy.
visited his channel. So
Well, but won't he have like indie people? But then he'll have like Jim Palmiotti and like Sean Gordon Murphy, those kind of people.
yeah, I mean, the guy
He
has
clearly
takes
knows who
that-
Heather Antos is.
I remember, like, the guy has takes that sometimes I agree with and sometimes I disagree with. You know,
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to agree
I mean,
with
he's
it.
he's not an echo chamber guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally that's a pretty good thing. That's why I
Yeah.
say he comes off as like pretty neutral. He's just trying to
And that's kind of how
understand stuff.
Thinking Critical is too. And you know, like, just want good comics. That's it. You know, and fuck the bullshit. You know.
Is this supposed to be this is a really stupid question. People are probably gonna laugh at me, make fun of me for this. Is this supposed to be anti-venom?
I don't know.
Because
I
like
don't know. I kind of got out of that.
I mean, it looks
in
like
the
a civil
90s,
civil war.
Well, I didn't get Civil War.
Oh,
I was so I'm not really versed in that. I know
well,
the
because it's
general
obvious, because it's like Venom, but he's got the white kind of face, you know.
because I know
So-
Venom changed from Eddie Brock to Flash to at some point in time. I think he even affected Superman in a crossover. Yeah,
yeah. Well, and he said different hosts, I guess you'd say, but that face makes him look like anti-venom, but whatever, doesn't matter.
So fucking much that eventually you just have to have something.
Which was like a spin-off symbiote from Venom, by the way. It was like I guess they used his DNA, but then they created it in a lab. So it was
okay. Yeah, that was kind of beyond. I stopped collecting,
and I
in the
think it
80s.
was Civil War when they
I actually have Venom's first appearance from McFarlane.
nice
When he showed up on the doorstep of Mary Jane, but there was leading up to that where Peter Parker would be on a side of a skyscraper and somebody would push him off. He goes, "Wow, my spider sense didn't even know that. How'd they know?" You know, and it was leading up to Venom, and then
interesting.
Yeah, there were several issues where it kind of led up to this guy fucking with Peter Parker's head. And, yeah, it wasn't just him showing up at the doorstep. It was him knocking him off a skyscraper or something like that. And, you know, anyways.
Yep.
But when it came to Anti-Venom or even Carnage, what I mostly know about Carnage is stuff I read, and then I played the Sega Genesis game, which was fucking awesome.
Yeah, those games were dope.
God, it was fucking good.
That's like a whole other hour and a half tangent.
Yeah.
And then the PlayStation Spider-Man games. All right.
Yeah.
To say it doesn't mean it's right, wrong, or in between. You just have to have something to fucking say. All right. And I know you're writing these fucking letters. I know it. That's your whole channel.
All right. So now we're back to he's writing his own letters.
Yeah. Okay. So whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Whatever. No.
You're writing yourself these goddamn letters, Perch. Quit playing. Who are you fooling?
I mean, who are you fooling? You don't even take what you're saying seriously. You're just like screaming into the mic.
Why don't you? Here's a better thing. why don't you take the issues he brought up?
Yeah, why
and
don't you
try-
refute his points?
Yes. If he is writing his own letters, okay, fair enough. Why don't you refute the points he has brought up?
Right.
Instead
Why
of
just attacking
stammering
his
like
character?
a child,
Yeah.
you know.
It's almost like
Like Destiny getting owned by Andrew or some chick on whatever. I mean, these guys, Comicsgate has literally become chicks on whatever,
they should
getting
go on
their
the
ass handed to them by Andrew from the Crucible.
they should
That's
go
what
on
Comicsgate
whatever
has become.
podcast. They should
Like,
go on
it's
whatever
okay if
podcast.
I'm a slut. I don't give a shit. You know, I don't care if I'm 49 and no man wants me. He
Right.
still
But
has
it's
to
like-
make $500,000 a year.
Right.
know?
But it's not Andrew, it's like Brian. Purchase like
Right,
Brian.
but Andrew comes on all the time and
Oh,
is
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
lovely.
He's might as well be like his co-host now. It's pretty good. So
Yeah.
Hard to break into it.
that's another thing. Like I can only watch. I mean, look, Andrew's a smart guy. I'm not.
Yeah,
like,
I don't
this
agree
doesn't
with
take a-
everything,
Well,
but he is using TFM.
No. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is, I don't want to take away from the fact that the guy's smart, but when you line up a bunch of retarded bimbos in front of him, like from Miami or California or like fucking Instagram thoughts or OnlyFans models, it's not really like that much of an intellectual challenge.
Right.
So like I could only watch him dunk on retarded women for like so long, and then I just
But
tune out.
he does dunk on people like Destiny, which is great. He fucking crushes Destiny.
Yeah, those are the ones that I'll still tune in for because it's like this guy has a lot of influence, especially with like weak pussy lefty guys. So to have a guy like Andrew come in and dismantle him and like show that he's the clown that he is, that's more valuable and influential to me than a bunch of retarded women on it.
It's just amazing how he stays on when someone like TFM, who Andrew uses a ton of his talking points.
Because he never brings up solutions and talks about just like TFM mentioned before. Like Andrew he's just asking them questions and debating them.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of it's like, I mean,
it kind of leads to the answer, you know.
Right. So,
but that's what Comicsgate to me looks like. It's
I agree,
a bunch of fucking whiny bitches. Sluts getting their ass handed to them by Brian and Andrew, and they can't handle it. And it's like, where's the fucking men? Are we the only fucking men left in independent comics with balls who
we might be?
What?
I said we might be.
I mean, when I talk about men, fucking guys with hair on their ass and fucking, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I do. I got a lot of hair on my ass.
Yeah, and you know, smoke a cigar and shoot some golf and watch some football and crack a beer.
I had this great cigar the other day. I'll tell you about it later. Oh man, it was so good. And then
where's the fucking guys, man?
Yeah,
because that's what it's guys, man. It's got to be a boys club, and I don't feel like we're a boys club at this point.
So it's fractured.
So let's make it. Let's just make it a boys club. We're a boys club.
Reform.
Fucking Shattermare Comics, a boys club.
We gotta reform the and trans women. We're very diverse.
Yeah.
Intentionally so. And keep in mind, you know, I think that's bullshit. But there was a method to that, or a reason behind that. And that reason was basically you had a lot of comic creators who struggled to make the right connections and kiss the right ass and everything else to get into comics that way. And so it felt like a shortcut.
If a guy has to kiss ass and struggle, and that's the system that they have to, if a writer has to kiss some editor's ass to get into comics, and you're asking me, oh, that's a struggle and I'm supposed to feel bad about them, I don't really care.
No,
because you're an artist and you don't give a shit about writers to begin with, and I've already felt that.
he mentioned it's easier for him maybe because he turns in a portfolio, or he also says it wasn't super easy for me. I'd have to do like a lot of
No,
sample
of course
pages for
not.
free and bullshit. But yeah, no one feels sympathetic for people because uh that's the expectation. That's Purch's whole point. The whole point is most people have to pay their dues. So if they see someone coming in from the outside who they don't think, oh, this guy hasn't paid their fucking dues. Like, how is this guy getting the success that he has when I put in work? It's because work isn't everything. You have to be creative, hardworking, and fucking lucky. And that's how you become successful at whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah.
And you have to be
We
determined.
see it in sports all the time.
It's everything.
It's you can watch it
Literally
in
life.
the NFL every weekend.
Everything. You have to be fucking basically obsessed with success to be successful.
Yeah.
I mean, anything. So yeah, that's like the default line. But Perch's point that he's making is the creative person. So the people that are only just showing up and just taking the path of least resistance that's been laid out for them. Someone comes in and fucks shit up. They're like, most people are getting jealous. That's you.
Yeah.
That's what he's pointing out you guys are doing.
Look, rookies in the NFL are still carrying bags for veterans.
Yeah.
They're still carrying their damn bags. It don't matter if you're the quarterback or not. You're carrying bags, bro.
Right. But imagine
You know.
imagine that someone came in and like they walked off, like they just walked onto the field and they were like the starter quarterback now. Like all the veteran, like look at all the jealous. But the easiest way to see this phenomenon is looking at women. Like look at the fucking girl, that white girl who's in the WNBA who's crushing it, who's a rookie. Who's like the
she's
rookie of
going
the
to
year.
Europe now.
Yeah, and look at
She's leaving for Europe.
Look at all the other jealous crabs in a bucket bitches. Look how they treat her.
Yeah.
That's the perfect example.
The whole league. And so she's leaving. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
fuck 'em.
I'm out of here. And I
Yeah.
don't blame her.
Right, you paid a
Caitlin
shitload
Clark
of
is her
money.
name.
Yeah, Caitlin
Yeah.
Clark.
And
Yeah,
all these black women, because they're racist and they're knocking her down, and referees are letting them get away with it. And I've seen some of these fouls. Even people like Stephen A. Smith have called this shit out.
Yeah, everyone's calling it. Yeah,
and she wasn't allowed on the Olympic team because her game's not there, and she's out playing everybody. She should be MVP.
Right,
Crowd,
that's these guys.
Yeah,
that's
not to these. So guess what? She's going to Europe. Fuck off and enjoy your small crowd sizes. I mean, I don't blame her.
And Eric July, what they think is, well, I'm not going to go along to get along with Eric July means, okay, well, you lost out on a big opportunity because he was getting you paid. He was bringing you in. As I recall it, they boast how like their $100 cover sold, like made the most money for ISOM or ISOM 2. Like that was you guys. And you fucked it up. Like you had the golden ticket, you fucked it up.
And again, I'm not promoting Eric July's work. I don't think it's very good, but yes.
Right, but it could be improving.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if it improves and like say we pick up Horseman at the discounted price that we expected to go to, and if it doesn't get discounted, that sends me a signal too. That means, oh wow, he actually believes in this one and he isn't going to discount it. Maybe I will buy it at regular price if it's good. People will review it. People that are impartial will tell you whether it's good or not. And then there you go. Boom.
It's hard to find those people because there's so many. And I don't care. Again, I just want good comics.
Yeah,
I don't give a shit
us.
where it comes from.
It could be us. Maybe I'll buy it. I'll just bill it to the company as expense for the channel. Like it could be us, and if we enjoy it, we give a good review.
Then I'd probably have to buy it to be a countermeasure because you like Joker too. So I mean,
I did like Joker too. Fuck off.
I mean, I really don't care.
Ethan
I mean,
Van
that's
Sciver
not
liked
like,
it too.
that's not
so.
like,
Oh, he did. Well, now
He
I
did.
hate it. I'm just kidding. No, but like, but one good turnaround will put Eric back on the map. Is what I'm saying. Right? Like these guys are souring the well for everybody.
Yeah, again, I
They're-
just think it came from that text that Eric sent to Ethan, and that really set Ethan. That was really the catalyst, and then everybody who's aligned with Ethan got behind Ethan, and everybody who's aligned with Eric July got behind him. And I think that's where I'm not aligned with anybody. I just want good comics, and I'd like everybody to get along in some sort of adult way. But when you make like 75 videos trashing somebody, it's like, okay, that's not adult. Or it's like we need to realize these are comic book folks. This is comic book.
It's people. People are retarded.
Yeah. A big issue. I mean, they're writing fucking comics. I mean, I would say, I don't know, dumping your samples, your pitches, or scripts around being, I don't know, really not. I that concerned. You're trying, to do that. Okay, but it was also.
Sorry, I'm just skipping this because it's just making a non-point.
Yeah,
so tough for me. Drawing all that shit is just
amazing to get into comics. Who knows what.
See, that's the point where I just said he just confused himself he doesn't even know what he's arguing against. He's just like, okay, whatever.
Kind of hazing to get into comics, and then suddenly you've got these people getting as much or more attention, not having to do any of that shit. And I'm sure nobody loves sucking up to CB Cebulski, even though.
Yeah, you know what's a funny thing that people don't seem to talk about, and this is just a perspective thing. I don't agree with this, but it is what it is. So women, when they come in to ruin a man's like a industry that's dominated by men, for like quotas or fucking whatever, just to infiltrate it because it makes money and they want to make money for doing nothing. Their idea of like being hazed and I had to fucking pay my dues and blah blah blah, now I'm a victim, is sleeping with men. Do you ever notice? Do you notice that? Like their idea of like, I had to fucking climb my way and deal with all this bullshit. Like these, like the actresses that had to fuck Harvey Weinstein and date him for 6 months, that then come out and accuse him of. I mean, they can accuse him of that because of our society that lets them act like victims and doesn't hold them accountable or anything, or just say, no, you're a whore. They turn around and blame him, but it's the same thing. Like their idea is, I had to sleep with all these fucking guys and I wasn't as qualified as a man because they would treat me with the same standard, but they're simps and nerds in the comic industry, so they treated me with kid gloves and I sucked them off a lot, like Warren Ellis. So God, I finally got where I needed to be after doing all that non quality work. Yeah, man, I fucking hate that this guy can come on and just do crowdfunding and take all the money away from me.
No, it's pretty easy, just bring in food, but I mean, I'm sure nobody enjoys that. So,
that's why you have people like Kamala Harris that are completely unqualified and literally the DEI like VP.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I saw her interview today with Brett Baer.
Yeah,
and it was embarrassing.
And they say, she slept her way to the top because she did.
Yeah, she did.
But when there's like the 0.0 whatever percentage of women who are like competent in their field, like you don't go, she must have slept her way to the top. Like you say that because the woman's
in my field, I've come across lawyers who knew her.
Okay.
Knew her as a person.
California.
Yes. Okay. Here's the book on her.
Should we talk about that in another stream?
Terrible to work for, and she's a ditz.
Yeah. It's obvious. Just look at her talk, listen
Right.
to her interviews.
Okay, these are from
Even the scripted
lawyers
ones.
who will remain nameless forever.
Right. She was fucking the
That's-
head DEA when she was assistant DA.
She fucked Willie Brown, the mayor of San Francisco.
Oh, that guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Willie
so
Brown.
Right. And so that's how she got into
Downtown Willie Brown.
right. So that's how she got into her political
Yep,
career. And then
that's
she
it.
leveraged that. Yeah, exactly.
That triggered everything.
Right. So, yeah, people don't say that about women who actually are competent.
She was never elected for any office ever. DA. She was never elected. She got in.
Yeah.
And if you look at this whole presidential thing, she never got votes.
Right. She was
Right.
She's a black woman.
They want to insert her.
Up. Yeah, she got because now it's politically convenient. But before she just got fired up. Because before it was convenient because they didn't want the blowback.
Well, that's what she's doing now. I mean, they know Joe
extortion.
Biden is. Yeah. And if I was a Democrat, I'd be pissed off as fuck. Because, like, why can't I vote for RFK Jr. or Bernie Sanders or somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Bernie is just a communist. A fucking commie Jew.
Nonetheless,
the worst kind of Jew.
They should have the right to vote for him. Right.
But like all of the politicians get there through extortion, and the Democrats are honestly, I don't know who's worse anymore, the Democrats or the Republicans. Like they're all just fucking bought and paid for corrupt pieces of shit. Like even Trump is like the Israel, like they've got him in their pocket.
I know, yeah.
So, like,
he's a feminist too. I mean,
yeah, he's like Bill Clinton era Democrat. So it's not like you're really getting much better. I mean, okay, we won't talk about that.
Joke about him being.
That's too uncomfortable. It's too big of a red pill for people to handle.
Without having to bend over for Marvel or DC, it hurt, it stung. But honestly, that's largely the same emotion you see today. It's the Sean thing was eye opening to me because he puts out his Zorro book, and you have people going at him for, of all things,
We got another letter, fan mail from Perch. Dear Perch, you are very smart and attractive, and your haircut totally doesn't make you look retarded. Sincerely, Perch. I'll just leave that up.
Cultural appropriation. Now, keep in mind, these are.
Yeah, but
so is that someone like buying into your bullshit? A joke?
Yeah, it is, but it's just I mean, it's just them trying to dunk on them. It's just them.
It's just sad.
Making it. Yeah, it's just sad.
I mean, I don't agree with all the shit Perch says. I stopped listening to his channel a while back because there were things I didn't agree with him on here and there, but.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I guess I'm a weirdo because I take people seriously. Like maybe I'm autistic, so I take people literally a lot of the time. And
I do too, actually.
I just don't what am I trying to say? Like I don't like I obviously Shane is full of shit. Like
you don't get the context, right? Like
no, I get the context, but the context is bullshit. So like the humor in this is predicated based off of what Shane was saying about how Perch writes letters to himself. So it's basically this person saying, "Ha
and
ha."
then his physical appearance, which I'm always against that.
Well, no. That's them still being cute, where they're like, "Perch, you're really smart and attractive, and your haircut doesn't make you look retarded." Ha ha, Perch. From dear Perch from sincerely from Perch. But like, he just made that shit up. So it's like, again, whiny bitches in school who would make shit up and then make fun of you for the shit they made up. It's like, you look at them and you're like, with just like a weird, confused look on your face, like I'm looking at the wall right now at the computer, and I'm like, what? why? Who's that funny to? Like, I don't care. You're not making fun of me. Like, I don't even know who you're talking about
Yeah.
because you're retarded, and you all know that's bullshit. So I don't even know why that's funny to you. Like, okay.
Right-wing, anti-woke channels, and without a hint of irony, they were accusing Sean of cultural appropriation for the Hispanic lifestyle.
Nobody's
Like when I was in school, and part of my early life I was in private school, but I was there on scholarship, so I was like the poor kid, and I had a job, like I was working like Target when I was like 15 or whatever. So they would in class like put the Target logo on the erase board before the teacher came in, and I'd come in, I'd look at it, and I'm like, okay, and they're like, ha ha, ha. And I'm like, what are you making fun of? What do you think you're making fun of me for? And they're like, because you have a job, and I'm like, all right, let me get this straight. So I go to a school uh, where the stereotype is it's a bunch of spoiled dickhead kids from rich families, and they're a bunch of fucking retards, elitists, and everyone thinks that you're assholes and you look down on people because they're doing worse than you, and you don't even make money. It's your mommy, daddy's money. So you're making fun of me for that. Like, you realize that makes you look like a piece of shit, right?
Wow.
Like you're the asshole.
I mean, my first job was Round Table Pizza. So I came home smelling like pizza toppings.
Yeah, no, you're missing the point. The point is, like, they created this whole joke in like multiple levels of jokes.
Yeah, you're working at a minimum wage job, and
yeah, but that's funny because haha, you have to work. It's like you're so disconnected from reality. Like these jokes that you're making about me, you don't understand. Like, it just doesn't even make sense. Like, it's confusing. So that's what I look at this when I see this. It's like it doesn't make sense. It's just confusing. Like, you have to be delusional to find it funny because you believe the bullshit. Like, you just buy into the bullshit when it's just obviously bullshit. It's just weird. I don't know.
accusing
Sorry, I was reading way too much into that. Gave me flashbacks.
Sean of culture. You're talking about JDA, maybe. I don't give a fuck about Sean Gordon Murphy. I really don't. I care about beating his campaigns. That's it. I'm only interested in Sean Gordon Murphy when Sean Gordon Murphy has a campaign and it happens to orbit around mine, so I can shit talk it to make more money. That's
Right.
it.
That's it right there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter
That's
if
the
the
truth.
book is any good. You just want to trash
Yep.
it because it's a Sean Gordon Murphy project, and
Yep.
then you can get clicks off of it.
Yeah.
But you're not the one getting clicks, Shane. I hate to tell you this. It's Ethan.
Well,
you have to be, you and John
yeah.
and Mandy and whoever else have to piggyback off of Ethan, because nobody gives a shit about your YouTube channels because you don't have the personality. No matter what outfit you dress in, you don't have the jokes. You're not funny. You're boring. And so is John Malin. And Mandy Summer just has her tits. And that's and a nose the size of Cincinnati. And that's it. That's what you got. If you don't have Ethan to piggyback off, you are and have absolutely dick.
Yeah.
And so Ethan has to shit on this now. Ethan would have to shit on Sean Gordon Murphy or have a stream.
Isn't that their whole MO? That's the truth right there. You just said it out loud. I mean, no one's going to care that he says that because they're going to think it's like it's him being funny, because it's like, I like, Ethan will say stuff like that too, and it's supposed to be funny because
Ethan has a charisma. He has a personality. I give Ethan credit.
He has charisma, but it's because of that you're like, oh, he's just being honest, but he's like a New Jersey, Philly kind of guy, so the honesty is like a part of the appeal, the humor. where it's like, look, I'm just calling myself out, but yeah, I mean, once you realize that, it's pretty obvious. Like, well, what's the point? Like, you're just like these YouTuber talking heads you talk about that you all think are super insincere, and you call them grifters and like the zero sphere and stuff. Like, you're the same thing. I mean, that's what you said right there. Boom.
Yeah,
what's
I
the
mean,
point?
I would read the book first. That's what I did with Eric July. I read the books first and realized I didn't care for them, and then I put them away, and that's the end of it. And I'm not going to buy any more books. Maybe The
Wow.
Horseman, we'll see, but that's it. I'm not going to dedicate my fucking life on. I got a job. I have my own comic coming out. I'm not going to do. I sure as fuck am not going to shit on Sean Gordon Murphy because I really don't care. If he comes out with a great book, I'll back it. If he don't, I won't. And that's the end of
Right.
it. But this guy's saying straight
Well,
up,
it's like,
I'm going to shit on it before it even comes out. And it's
yeah,
like,
that's what all these guys do with movies and modern media that come out. That's what they do.
that's
they shit on it.
ridiculous.
They don't
That is
even.
an SJW stance.
Okay, but that's what the
It
YouTubers
is.
do
It
that
is
review
because
and
you're not
critique
putting
stuff.
the art before the artist.
Yeah.
You know?
Right, but it's like what we were talking about earlier, where people are more likely to believe or to care about, like, you have to be invested. So if I'm going to go see a movie and they say it's based on a true story, like, it subconsciously, even if you know, okay, well, obviously this is bullshit, for the people who don't know that, who aren't you and me, people who believe wrestling was real, or when we were kids and we didn't know the
Right. There
difference,
was one point in time where
yeah, you have more investment in it because you're like, oh, this is actually happening. But once you peek behind the curtain, like the analogy he used, like, oh, you got me, I'm the wizard. Like, yeah, the magic trick loses its appeal because I know it's just an asshole behind a curtain screaming at shit before it comes out because it gets him views and drives people to his stuff. Like, I know that's your guys' MO. I knew it before you even just said it right there. So
Yeah.
it just all appeal is lost now on
which
me.
is
to you.
sad. Credibility is lost.
Yeah, because they're not sincere. They're not calling this stuff out for any like principled reason. They're just doing it because they're the grifters they complain about. But they
Yeah. If he puts out a good book, I would tell people to buy it. No, I have no idea, but wait till it comes out, read it, look at it, and if it's good, tell people to buy it. If not, then you can have
and
at
you
it.
would
And you
would sincerely tell people, hey, this is what I really think. So if you if you believe me, like if you trust me as a critic, or you like the same things I like and dislike the same things, then you'll like or dislike this thing that I'm talking about. But yeah, once that's gone, if it's bullshit, if it's just a veil because you're just trying to chase like an audience and lie people, tell them what they want to hear, that's it. That's your credibility. It's gone. You're not sincere. And that's them. Like, I mean, I believe people like Katie did. Like, I've seen some of their streams and stuff. Like, I believe them when they look at this stuff. Like, they're sincere because they buy into these guys, and so they're like, okay, well, let's, but yeah, I don't, I don't buy into their bullshit. I can't. I don't know.
Can I be brutally honest? I haven't given a fuck about Sean Gordon Murphy since his first Batman book. And when he said, hey, I'm drawing a second Batman book, I'm like, yeah, I already talked about his second. Sean has to switch. Like, it's very unique what they're drawing, I think. Doug Monkey's one of them.
See, that where he's going back to his experience as an actual artist and critiquing people's art and talking about the inner workings, that I guess flies above the people who are left in CG, who are just watching him or who he is trying to appeal to get clicks and views and super chats and people to buy his shit. So when you're appealing to those people, you've lost everything that's interesting about you. And it may even get you more viewers, but okay, well, but now you're not an artist. Like, yeah, you could appeal to, I guess, I don't know, let's just say dumber people because they're just here for the drama. They're just bitches. Like, they're just here to watch you like a reality fucking TV show. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you want, if that's what you want to be known for, if that's what you think is successful, obviously you're doing it. You're doing what Ethan's doing. You see that working for him, so you're doing that. But right there, that actual insight that you give to artists as an artist, I guess that's most people don't care about that. So there's no more of that. It's just this screaming at a fucking computer screen
Yeah.
and making up bullshit about people on it.
I like Doug has to go into a book I haven't seen him on for a while.
Like, he's lost the plot. He's no longer sincerely critiquing someone based off of expertise. It's just
Right.
bullshit, So
For me to want to buy it because Doug kind of does the Doug. That's the problem. Like, you wish people cared about Sean. People don't care about Sean. Sean's your buddy. That's why you're talking about Sean. I get it. I haven't.
well, yeah, that's why you reference your buddies when you're talking about stuff, right? Like all your stories about from when you were at DC, or he was from DC, or he was Marvel. I just assume he's DC because he came with Ethan, so
Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, what are you talking about? Like, it's how they relate to each other, yeah. Like it'd be like people being like, oh, assume I knew Keanu Reeves or whatever, right, and had him on this channel, and then people go, or I hit up Critical Drinker if I could get in contact with him and be like, hey man, do you mind coming on the channel? And like we hit it up and we became buddies, or like I ran into him at places or whatever. And then they're like, oh, you just get Critical Drinker on. That's why you talk about Critical Drinker. It's like, well, duh. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, yeah, of course it's why. Like, we're friends. Yeah. But he's also a big pop culture critic in the YouTube sphere that I guess
he's
we're
probably
in,
the biggest movie critic on YouTube.
Probably, yeah.
He's bigger
probably.
than Jeremy Johns, I think, right now.
Yeah, he's he is. And it'd be like, yeah, Keanu Reeves is like the biggest celebrity. Like, if we were friends, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, of course. Like, that's why. And why wouldn't I rely on his opinion? Like, why wouldn't I rely on Critical Drinker's opinion? He's like the biggest movie critic in YouTube. I would trust his opinion on the inner workings of YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, duh.
I heard Sean Gordon Murphy's name in fucking years till Perch said it.
Okay, well, obviously you don't like the guy, so
nobody here gives a fuck about.
Never did that. Yes, you did, and the videos are still up, and the posts are still up. Like you no, I never did that. Yes, you did, and the videos are still up, and the posts are still up. Like you absolutely did do that. Several of you did, and I agree with the concept of like, well, that's not a good comic. I don't like his writing. Okay, but that's perfectly fine. But some people went on and on and on about it, and it just felt sad. It didn't feel like a critique.
One of the big problems Perch is doing here.
That's what we were saying earlier, basically, right? That like you're going on and on and on. It doesn't feel like a critique. It feels like you had this vendetta, and then he does this thing that I guess him and Ethan do, or he got a lot of his ideas from Ethan or whatever. I don't know, but then he's starting to say, oh, well, you see this. There's this thing here that Perch does, and I understand the irony of me doing what he's doing, but that's why I'm calling it out. Like, he's literally doing the thing where he's trying to, like, he's putting words in Perch's mouth. He's like, you see, the thing Perch does here, it's like, well, I don't need to see anything about what Perch is doing. I can just listen to him talk, and then I can form my own opinion. Like, I don't need you to. What the fuck is this? This thing they do, it's really weird.
is talking about a lot of little things he doesn't know about. So he maybe grabs something from me, maybe grab something from JDA, and maybe he'll grab something from Eric July and Ethan or whoever or John, and then he'll take these little bits of different people.
See, I don't need any of this because I just heard him say what he said. Like, I don't translate the guy for me. He spoke in plain English. Like, he talked about how the people he's seeing, which are you guys, doing what they're doing, and he's talking about people who are now flipping their behavior into SJW tactics, which could be what you are doing. If you relate to it, that's on you, man. Like, it could be what you were doing, or like what you said, JDA or whoever. But yeah, he just said that. I heard him. I don't need to fucking explain it to me, bro. Like, I don't need a fucking translator.
Formed together to build his narrative for this video.
Right. And so the reason why he isn't as charismatic as Ethan is because he shows you his hand. So Ethan's good at the magic trick because he does his explanation, but he doesn't tell you what he wants. How do I explain this?
He really thinks, right?
Yeah. Whereas Shane just comes out with like, well, he comes out with the trick where he just straight up says, now Perch is trying to do the agenda. He's trying to create his own agenda because he wants you to think that. Like, Ethan wouldn't describe it that way. He would describe it like, you see what Perch is doing here is he's like, he'll do it with Eric July when he says like, you see what Eric is doing here is he's using like hibbity jibbity squirrel words to try to like convince you that blah blah blah. What he wants you to think is that, but then he'll describe the agenda without saying what he's trying to put in your mind, which is, hey, I want you to think that he's trying to bullshit you here. Like, he comes up with funny anecdotes and little like almost Trumpisms where he'll come up with like a character trait for a guy, but it's funny. Where this is not funny. This is just, oh, you
actually
just want
a good point. That's a good point.
I don't know if I articulated that.
No,
correctly.
you did. I get it.
So yeah, I don't know what you would call it. It's like a translator thing, but yeah,
It's kind of PR, like reverse PR.
Yeah, he's just like trying to reinterpret it for you, but you're watching him speak. Like, I can hear the guy. It's like you can't bullshit the context of what he's saying for me. You're EFAPing.
See, he couldn't, and he tried to do that with a drinker video on Obi-Wan, and he got to the point where he couldn't because
Ethan?
Yeah.
Ethan so then he had a meltdown or whatever.
I can't. He melted down. I can't listen to any more of this because Drinker, his videos are so concise. You can't read anything into Drinker's videos.
He couldn't put a spin on it.
No, he couldn't. He tried, and then it came to a scene where she was running away from the 3 bounty hunters at 10 years old, and he goes, "Okay, I can't watch any more of this." Because Critical Drinker was about to tear into that scene. And he knew it, and he knew he couldn't refute it.
Right. It's indefensible. Yeah, because Critical Drinker knows how to write a fucking script. So he knows how to write a concise script for a YouTube video.
Right.
Where Eric July bounces around a lot because he's not scripted.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe he isn't, but even when he is, it's not good. He's not a good writer. He's not really. No. He doesn't really have that great of a vocabulary. So we'll just say that.
And we're all individuals with individual issues. Like maybe, I don't know, JDA had an issue with the Zorro book.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. That's not what he was saying. So, sorry.
All right.
So I'm sorry, folks. If you want to go back, just watch this on your own. But it's getting late. It's almost 1 o'clock here.
Yeah.
Repetitive. That if he doesn't switch characters, I don't give a fuck. That's his there. So it's not like, oh, you're just now shit talking. No, I mean, the worst thing I can say about Sean is I have apathy for what he works on 99% of the time.
No, you don't.
I that's the
No, you don't.
Right. That's why you talk about it. Also,
No, you don't, because you said if he comes out with something, I'm just going to shit on it.
yeah.
So that's not apathy. That's hatred.
Yeah. Well, own it. Yeah. Don't backpedal now. And that's you're making Purch's point where he's like, yeah, some people say certain things and then try to revise history. I've seen it. Like your posts and shit are still up. So yeah, like it's not apathy. Yeah.
the worst thing anybody can say about another creator is apathy.
Also, it's not apathy, but the weird thing is just like the willful, because it's not delusional. Like they cover this shit. They know how well the guy is doing. Like they know that he came into crowdfunding and blew it out of the water. Just because you disagree with the guy, you have to acknowledge that,
Yeah.
right? Like I have to acknowledge that. Like literally, these guys, this Shane Davis guy, like I'm not gonna sit here and talk about his fucking crowdfunding campaign and his book because even if I was trying to tear him down, like I have to be intellectually honest and say, yeah, well, he does way better than us. It's
Yeah.
like your point earlier, like they consider that failure. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not failure. Like it's great that we want to fail. I mean, it's all relative. So, I mean, the only way you would say,
I don't know
oh,
what the benchmarks are for success or failure. You know,
yeah, I mean, a lot of
Andy
these people,
Summers does 50 grand, and that's a huge success. And Sean Gordon Murphy does close to 600 grand. That's a failure. It's like,
yeah,
what the fuck is that?
right. Well, because it's relative, but the standard for their relative benchmark is just, do I like this guy? Okay, if I don't like him, then he could be making millions of dollars. But no, that's a failure. Because if he was someone I liked, then he'd be doing a lot better in my eyes, like for me. But no, they're not comparing it to like. Now, if you said, okay, Sean,
Because I don't think Sean Gordon Murphy is spending a bunch of money on warehouses and shit like that, right? So a lot of this money's going in his pocket. So, and he does his own writing and his own art and probably his own colors as well, and probably letters as well. So
saving all kinds of money.
And
he's just doing and he's just doing the fulfillment. So there isn't a ton of overhead. Like once the book is done.
So where's the failure in that? I don't see it.
Well, the failure would be if, like, I don't know, his Batman runs were like making him a shitload of money, and then he went to crowdfunding and made less money on that. Maybe that's the only reason where I could say, okay, well, maybe then you could compare it relatively to his published stuff, like his DC stuff. But I mean, okay, again, show us the receipts, and B, those receipts better factor in all of the things he isn't paying for that we just mentioned. Whereas, like, if he's working on a DC book, is he really pulling in a bunch of the money, or is he just getting paid a page rate?
Probably a page rate, but he's also getting paid a page rate as a writer and an artist, and probably an inker, and probably letter. Because I think he did pretty much everything on some of those books. So, and they sold very well, including the trade paperback. So, whatever. I mean, again.
But again, these guys don't. I don't know. Yeah, they're just
whatever, man. Do your research. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I don't care.
Okay, we got it.
I don't think it showed up in that Dungeoneer room, but there was. Patrick was such a retard. Patrick posted a letter where
talking about other CG guys.
I could not quit hearing about Sean Gordon Murphy. The only person that talked about Sean Gordon Murphy and actually cared about Sean Gordon Murphy around.
I mean, the person who's talking about Sean Gordon Murphy this much is you. He was mentioning it as a reference.
Somebody really bad on a book, like it's just bad, and they went all Baltimore. No, not Baltimore. And I hadn't bought a book in years, and I bought him, and I was like, "This thing sucks." Am I crazy? Because all these people I watch on YouTube are telling me to buy it and how great it is and how good it is, and they're like, "I'm not stupid." They actually,
Yeah, he mentioned that.
so if those are the people that are coming up to me, and I mean, I've came across a number of these stories, but the ones that are like, I just don't being better than this. So I think if somebody gets burned and they spend shipping money on a book that's bad, they're like, well, why can't I just drive to the goddamn comic shop and buy a book that's already done, just like this dude's book's already done, and just avoid the shipping? If I'm going to buy a bad book, I might as well just buy whatever Marvel and DC's putting out this month that's bad. I might as well.
I mean, again, at least start getting a book. I mean, yeah, obviously, quality is a factor in consideration, but it's not just the shipping. Like, you guys act like you're not a part of the ecosystem that they're being compared to. Like, or pay something for nothing, like just the promise of something. Or imagine paying shipping for something, and then on top of paying shipping for a bad book, you don't get the shitty book for like 2 years. So you forget about it, and then you go, "Oh man, I was waiting so long for this book. I'm so glad it came here." And then it's shit because it's just a bunch of bullshit gloss over a pile of shit. And it's still a bad book. And you're like, "Wow. Yeah, I'll just go to the store and buy a book I know that is shit in Marvel and DC." Or like that's what people don't seem to mention here. Like there's just a presumption of, well, my shit's better than your shit, um, that you're getting immediately, whereas the stuff I'm making, you wait, and pay me and get nothing. And then, well, I shouldn't say that about Shane. Seems like I have a track record. So you wait.
He delivers.
Yeah, he delivers. So, but you know, but there's the presumption of like, because you're waiting on something that's crowdfunded, it's going to be a higher quality. That's why in the beginning of this, just to kind of like give them the benefit of the doubt, I was doing that thought experiment where I was like, okay, let's consider a product that comes out super fast but is shitty quality versus B product that you wait forever and is good quality. But that doesn't always hold true. With crowdfunding, it's just some fucking guy. Like, so, and a lot of these guys,
that's why
have
I
quality
prefer
control.
like Pete Samedi, and where the books are done and you know he's gonna deliver, and
yeah,
he does do crowdfunding, but he has a name and he's a publisher, and so he has to deliver, and he's not just some guy.
Exactly. Yeah, and he has a track record. Like, well, so Shane was making several points. One was continuing to bitch about Sean Gordon Murphy for some reason, and then acting like everyone brings it up and no one cares, even though Perch just used him as an example to illustrate the point. And then this guy proves his point by just fucking droning on and on and on about Sean. Like, who fucking cares, right? Move on. So I skipped that. And then another point is, it's getting late, I forgot. But then the last thing he was saying is about how, like, point two leads into the overall point of like people going to shows, which you never really see these guys go to conventions either. Like, they're just happy to stream in front of their computer all day. But how people are telling them like, "Oh, I thought this book was," everyone's hyping it up, and then I get it, and it's pretty bad. It's like, yeah, Perch mentioned the Rippaverse books aren't great, or the letter mentioned those. Like this, we already talked about this. Catch up. All the fucking cat shit is like giving him brainworms or something. So there, I did the personal attack. So then he's talking about, well, if they're gonna pay shipping and get a book, but it's shitty, like yeah, why? Yeah, it's gonna leave a bad taste in someone's mouth. They're not gonna buy it. Why wouldn't they just go to the comic shop and not pay shipping and just buy a Marvel and DC book? It's like, because you're presuming that if they wait on your crowdfunding book, that they're getting a good book. Like they may be waiting forever, paying shipping, forget about it because they waited so long, and then they get a shitty book still. And then they're super fucking disappointed because they got a shit book they paid for after like forgetting about it because they didn't even know if it was going to come out or not.
Yeah.
You know, like these guys assume that they're like fucking God's gift to comic books when.
Well, that's where it's at. You just nailed it.
Yeah, but from what I've been hearing, like some of this shit is just like a really nice, polished, shining turd. Like, yeah, the art's great because they can't write worth shit because they never actually bother taking a writing class. They can't actually tell a good story. So you're just putting a glossy paint job on a giant pile of shit. Like, and then you're saying like, oh, look how long it took to do the art. Don't you care about the art? Like, no, I care about the product. What I'm buying is a comic book, which last time I checked has art and words. So it's a story. Shocking.
All right.
Well, just buy gay
That's where we're at now.
Superman. The only thing this book gave me that promised me is the character's not gay. That's it. But it sucks.
So again, he's talking about everything has to go back to Eric July and Rippaverse, and not, frankly, all the other people like us who are delivering books and doing crowdfunding, and we put in the time and investment to work on the book, and then when it's ready to release, it doesn't take 3 years. Like, we're trying to deliver quality books and also do them direct to customers and crowdfunding. Like, it's not just us. There's a lot of people who can do that. And it's like one or two guys. It's not. Oh, and he talked about PTP. That was the other thing I forgot. Just talking shit more about other CG guys that they kicked out of their little club.
I mean, that doesn't change if the book sucks or not. Like, I mean, The Authority has gay characters in it. Apollo and Midnighter, gay kissing in there. The book's good. You get it? Like, I mean, like a good book is a good book. It doesn't matter what sexuality characters are or what race or any of that shit. So when people try to sell it as like, oh, it's non-woke, it's not okay, yeah, but is it good? You know, because in the end, like people will not consume bad product over a lengthy amount of time. They will if it's a legacy character sometimes.
Exactly. That was my point. They're not going to consume a bad product over a lengthy period of time. I mean, he was making a slightly different point, but like basically they have no investment in it because it's the first thing you did and it's bad. So I don't know. I mean, in general, this is why you just can't go around making a bad name for yourself, like talking shit and, you know, like,
yeah,
you got to be professional. I mean, I know I'm saying that as we do like an EFAP of this video, and I've called him a dumbass and implied that he's retarded because he has cats and stuff, but like, you know, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it's I don't know. Generally speaking, I try not to make a habit. Like, I try to be professional,
Yeah,
And
yeah. I mean, you fuck up here and there. I do.
yeah, but like we're not doing daily, nightly streams of like talking. I mean, it's really just like these guys and Eric, which we honestly will use as a case study, but then also go like, please make good stuff that we like. So it's a
Yeah.
little mixed bag. But yeah, I mean, try not to go around like just because again, you don't know. Like you don't know if you're going to just say something retarded and like
You don't. Yeah.
yeah, like you don't. I mean, that's how you alienate customers because you maybe you have a customer that buys your stuff and then the other people's stuff. Like maybe we have people that would buy Mercenary Guild and Rippaverse.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I sure. I want you to buy my book and their book. I don't,
Yep.
you know.
Absolutely.
In fact, we've become pretty good friends. Like, and he's a pretty big fan of like Shattermare, and he's a pretty based guy and Hardly Heroes. Like, you know, he's like, yeah, I'll still
Yeah.
buy Rip. I
He
still
just
buy
wants good
Rippaverse book.
comics. That's it. And
Well, yeah, but he'll I mean, I've talked to him about like, yeah, I honestly I don't think the books are that good and stuff. And he's like, yeah, I like them. I'll still buy them. I'm like, okay, yeah, man. I mean, like, it's fine. Don't take. I mean, if you like them, then buy them. Again, it's a product at the end of the day. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and go on and on and on to feel better about myself and because hopefully that you buy my stuff and not his. Like, no. You know, it's saying in marketing where it's like you don't really want to try to shit on your competitors. You want to just talk good about yourself. You know, 'cause-
yeah, just promote talk about what you're doing, not what other people are doing, and that's the
Yeah.
best way to
like talk about
to
what you're doing,
approach.
right? Like talk about what you're doing well and not what they're doing poorly. Because yeah, you could easily cross a line to where people now look at you and go,
Well, you're dealing
well,
with fans, so some fans are
uh,
passionate about, and you shit on that fan base, and it's like, oh, this isn't the guy I thought I knew, and or whatever, and there you go,
mhm,
you know.
right? Yeah, like honestly, I mean, just talking about some of the things we talk about are going to alienate people. Like, really, we just shouldn't. In general, we should just shut the fuck up and not like the little people, the least people know about us personally is the best for our products. You know, so,
Yeah,
but anyways,
So if it's a popular enough character, yeah, there will be just people that are buying it. They're not reading it, just to put in a bag and backboard because they buy everything that character.
because at the end of the day, a lot of people like they can't separate the art from the artist. You know, like
yeah,
they can't look at it that way. Like these guys have,
and that's too bad, you know.
like these guys are creators and they can't even do that. So
Or exist. You have bad runs on Wolverine, you have bad runs on X-Men, Batman, Spider-Man, all that stuff, and there will still be some base that collects every single fucking issue of it because we're completionists.
yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Collector that he have to collect. If you're going to bring up the Keanu thing, bring it up correctly. They want to like I don't it doesn't crowdfund.
Bring it up correctly. You're not educated enough. Yeah, the thing is, I don't even know if he finishes the video in his rant.
Guys, embrace him.
Let's get through
We
it.
embrace every small creator or if I don't have to compete on quality or story or character or even designs, but I actually just need to come in and slide the fuck in and say, I got a book sitting here done. I got a book, I got paper. I got stack of paper done.
Yeah, it's called first mover.
Yeah,
It's an economics thing. It's a marketing sales thing. Like if you're selling similar products, you want to be first to market. so that you have an offering to people. So like, while you guys are worried about getting out what you consider like the highest quality, perfect product, and Eric July is selling his books like hotcakes. And you know, you could say, "Oh, well, that's not how it should be," or "Yeah, I don't like that." Like, okay, well, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to come out with your book faster and lower your quality, or find some middle ground? Are you going to increase your price to make more money, lower your price? What are you going to do to solve that three body problem? Because it's comes down to price, time or efficiency, and quality. You know, and sometimes quality could be subjective. These guys could probably cut a lot of the corner on art. They could probably hire, you know, like in the beginning of their career, and the artists, they were probably what, shadow penciling and inks. They could do that.
Yeah.
You know, they could do things. But what they can't do is sit on streams obsessing over a guy for hours and days and months and years, and then look people in the eye and say, this book has not come out yet because it needs to be a high quality, and I'm dedicating all of the time I can possibly to do this. Like, every time I see your fucking face on a screen doing a stream, from the customer's perspective, you're lying to them.
Yeah.
Like, I hope they understand that. But who knows?
This book is done. I could do that all day.
And
I
he's
could
able
draw
to pull big
stick
numbers.
figures on
Yeah, I
paper
mean,
and do
that
that all
probably
day,
hurts.
Birch.
But that's what. Why would we want it any other way? That's what it should be. You know, success is success, and yes, more books successful in crowdfunding sells more books overall. It is a rising tide.
Decline in sales is decline in sales also, Perch. Like when people are not buying the books he's selling, like that is factual too, right? That's happening for a reason, right?
Right, which is what we all point out. Like, none of us are saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This whole situation is really weird because I was not for Eric, but I really wasn't against him until
Right. That's where we're still at, and now you're just against him. That's the difference.
That's it.
That's it right there in a nutshell. So, like, you're super against the guy, and we're all still sitting here in our corner like, okay, well, I'm just
Comes
not
out
gonna
with
buy
something
the book.
good, I'll get it.
Yeah.
I don't hate the fucking guy.
Yeah, our for or against is the perspective of, like, basically still just the customer, I guess. Like, I don't view him as like my direct competition.
It's just the work, man. It's just the work. Put the work
what
out.
have you done for me
It's
lately?
good. Yeah, I haven't liked the work, but that doesn't mean something good can't come from it. So
right, and they're all wrapped up in believing their own kayfabe bullshit, I guess. Whatever you want to call it, like, they clearly believe some kind of bullshit, and so they're not. Oh, I don't really like him, but I don't really have a problem with them. Okay, well, yeah, come back to our side then.
He started throwing out shit against crowdfunding, and then now he tries to walk that back, even though he clearly said it. And that was his
right. Who fucking cares, bro? Like, how thin skin are you? Like, I mean, that's assuming he's even right. Like, Shane's even right. I mean, I
have questions nowadays. So, not that I'm saying one thing or another, but Eric's doing his business model differently. We saw that with MMOs.
Right.
You know,
like,
MMOs would go subscription and then free to play and pay to win and
he's
buy to play and
the underlying issue is he's he's threatening our crowdfunding campaigns by taking away sales from us. Well, that's me reading in between the lines. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how they think, but that's how I think they think, because who fucking cares? Like, I'm not going to stop doing crowdfunding campaigns because Eric July is selling like 10,000 copies of whatever book he's released now on his website. What the actual fuck does that matter for me? Like, Eric July doesn't have the influence to like stop people from buying books. You know who has the influence is the platforms to kick you off of them and make you butthurt about not being able to crowdfund anymore. That's who the people you should have a problem with.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you? And if out of principle you don't want to be on those platforms, why don't you put in the work and go to Fund My Comic, where Luke Stone would love to have you guys? Or why don't you just set up your own fucking website and get the plug-in from that guy Luke interviewed? Sorry, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. And run your own quote unquote direct crowdfunding campaigns. Why don't you do that instead of just sitting around bitching for over a year about it? Like, just compete with him. If his books are so bad and he's losing so many sales and he is blah 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 blah, all the things you say about him, like, it shouldn't be hard for you to outcompete him, right?
Well, that means they have to finish their work.
Yep.
There's more money in just trashing them and getting super chats. That's where it's at.
Yeah. Or they're lazy and complacent. I mean, I don't know how much money they get from super chats. I don't do the math, so I don't know.
Ethan can get $2-3 grand in a night.
Oh, okay. Well, even like taking home 70% of that from YouTube or whatever, that's still probably easier, less effort than actually sitting down to draw. So
yeah.
The thing with Eric is I feel like Eric will tell you who he is. You just have to listen to him type of guy.
Yeah, that's you too. It's everybody.
And when he said that, that's when I knew, like, this guy is a issue. Like, and none of us want to deal.
Oh, see, he was saying, you see him pause?
Yeah,
because he was telling you who he is. He's an issue to us. None of us want to deal with him.
He's just not crowdfunding, and I don't know why the guy's bumping elbows with, like, you know, you guys are on my level. No. You're not crowdfunding. You're in a different thing, and I don't
see. He can't like dress this up. It's just like he's just telling you exactly what he thinks. Like, yeah, exactly. But you know what he was saying when he said, "I'm in your space," like, we're all doing this together. Like, we have the same principled approach to why we want to come out with our own comic books and not deal with people in the quote unquote mainstream, like, as independents. That's what he's doing. And then you guys decided, oh well, you're not. You guys decided to create a new tribe of you guys, and Eric isn't a part of your tribe. Yeah. We're all on the same page. You're just like, Shane just seems to like, it's like a slightly different angle he's trying to spin on this, I guess.
don't know why you're over here in this field with an already done book when you could be in the fucking direct market.
Right. So you don't belong here. Go to the direct market.
Okay.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, great. What?
Competing with people with already done books. It just, there's something, I hate to say, there's something devious about that.
It's not devious. You just don't like that he's doing what you aren't doing. No, it's actually really smart to cut out all the extra overhead and middleman of dealing with distributors, retailers, potentially other publishers. Why, like, he has this fan base from his YouTube. Why wouldn't he leverage that? Like, that'd be fucking retarded. Like, why would he do what we're doing, which is just, oh, please, handful of shops, will you carry our book, and then deal with all the bullshit of that? Like, no, you go direct to the customer.
Yeah.
Like, what? We already had the website. You just tweaked it so it could do sales there. Like, why would he pay overhead on crowdfunding platforms when he could just pay to have his website done? Like, and then it's done, and he doesn't have to pay any platform fees. Like, why is it so hard for you to understand? It's not devious.
Yeah.
I mean, you use that word very intentionally because you're trying to make yourself look like the victim, like he's doing something to you.
And if people just don't see that, and then it's we're the bad guys, it's like, okay, I personally didn't care he was doing that, really, unless he was helpful. You know, I was like, okay, fine, at least he's helpful, but he really wasn't.
Right, because it's all about you. Because you guys are fucking narcissistic assholes. Because you really, truly don't care about other people. You're like,
Yeah.
unless he's doing this for me, unless he's doing something for me, well, he fucking hired you for covers, and you made a lot of money off of that, right? Presumably. So what else does he have to do for you? Does he have to wipe your asshole for you? Like, does he have to put your book on his website and run crowdfunding platforms for you for free? I mean, he's got Ripasend. Just ask him if he'll do Ripasend for your book. if you want him to, you know, like, yeah, you guys kind of are those. I don't know. All right, Paula came down and gave me an angry look. So if he doesn't say anything relevant, I'm just gonna skip this so we can call it a night.
All right.
I mean, a big testament to this is like the effects of Eric July and the non-effects of Eric July, right? Let's say, like,
so he doesn't even get through the video. So if he doesn't finish, William, I encourage you to watch the rest of that. And then
I will. I
home,
think I'll have some time tomorrow.
because it's good. I mean, he has a couple more points in there.
Inglorious Rex 2, right? I've made more money on Inglorious Rex 3 in 60 days than I did Inglorious Rex 2 in 60. So I could argue that having Eric around me or being on Eric's show was actually a detriment.
Okay.
Marketing is incremental, though. And so a lot of people, when they market, they expect instant results, but that's not the case.
Yeah, it's also this weird thing where, like, everything they do revolves around Eric. It's like, okay, so you could have had your own show instead of being on Hit. I don't understand. Like, what did you just?
Plenty of Ethan shows.
Yeah, maybe that's your problem.
So yeah, I don't get that. That's a nothing burger.
Can I say something real quick? How old is Shane? It's like in his 50s, right?
Yeah.
Why is he still dressed like he's a teenager in the 90s? It's like about to go to the skate park or try to join like a breakdancing group.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's got his parkour outfit on. If you ever do one of them park courses.
Oh, is that what that is?
The avatars they show. That's what they're wearing.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like you think like as people age, they dress a little classier, but no.
No, I
that's what
I do at work.
now I'm gonna have to dress super classy in the stream when I'm on camera. I have to do.
I can put on a sport coat over my t-shirt, you know. It
Yeah,
actually works. I can pull it off.
I don't know.
Data would show me if I was just looking at the data that Eric, I obviously didn't lose back.
I just realized because I was looking at him, I'm like, he's trying to dress like he's like a 22-year-old.
Well, he does put
For
on
what?
outfits and stuff and rap
Is that
and
what
rock
is
and
that what
roll
it is?
stuff. So that might be
okay.
like his Run DMC
Okay. That
look.
makes
So
more. If
he
that's
will put on outfits from time to time, and that might be his Beastie Boys or Run DMC type of
okay. That makes sense. Okay. That's like his go-to.
People say turn on Eric. I personally kind of don't care about Eric until Eric comes up in my lane. Then I fucking
Yeah, but like,
What is your lane?
yeah. Okay, sorry.
speed up. I don't brake. I hit the gas. Like Eric is annoying in that sense that
What the fuck does that mean? I don't break the gas. What?
he wants to
How
say
did he go from doing a cover for Ethan to this? Like, how did it get that bad? Like,
Yeah,
what?
I don't know.
I mean, outside, because I understand with Ethan why it went bad. I get that. But why did it go that bad for him and Shane?
Because these guys are all drawing lines in the sand. It's like, oh, you fuck that guy and fuck you.
That's
It's tribal.
not
It's just
mature.
tribal.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
you
just
can't
tribal.
be his friend, or
Yeah. Yeah, Ethan does the same shit. I mean, just listen. You can just listen to the way he talks. You can hear it in his voice when he does his streams and accuses the other people of doing it. They're both doing the same shit. Like, because the people who don't, he ridicules and brings up shit against. Like, it's for the same reason. Like like John Longbox. Like, the John Longbox guy can't have an opinion about John Malin's book. So when
Yeah.
it comes to a book that he wants to do, oh fuck you, I'm gonna do a whole trash cast about you.
yeah,
Right? Like
that's too
why
bad.
would why
And the
it
guy
is
just broke his neck in a car wreck, and
well yeah, I mean part of the problem is like you if you criticize books, you're a critic, like you better get ready if you're coming out with your own fucking book. But then the other thing is like, yeah, if they're a professional, if he has a review of Malin's book, which was like 3 seconds by the way, and like passing when he was doing his like, oh look all the books I picked up. Why if they're cool and you can be professional, like why do you have a problem with the guy? You know, like
yeah,
you can have him on to promote a book if they have a disagreement. But no, it's clearly it's just tribal bullshit. Like if any of them ever see the videos we're doing, just because we're going through and critiquing and we're not like sucking their dicks or blowing smoke up their ass, like they would.
yeah,
I mean,
they'd be anti,
yeah, they would.
Shattermare and
Yeah,
anti mercenary guild and what have you.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, I expect nothing.
I didn't like John Malin's book, and I bought it and I read it. I even have the fucking T-shirt. You know,
There you
I
go.
bought the whole. I bought the
So-
whole package. $100,
Right, so it's
$120 I spent. So
Right. So it's not going to be like, oh, well, I appreciate you buying anyways. I'm sorry you felt that way. And, you know, hopefully I can do better in the future. It's going to be, oh, haha, dumbass, you spent $120. Well, fuck you. I got your money anyways. And then I'd never talk to you again.
yeah,
That's how these people operate.
his product.
Too bad.
Like none of his books. I mean, how many years has he been doing it? Is anything about the fucking technique, the quality, the craft? No, it's about the output and the business of it. I
All right. Well, it's all about the quality and the craft when you can't compete. Like, if you were making the same amount of money, I guarantee you wouldn't be talking about the quality anymore. It's just, I don't know.
yeah, I get it.
People, yeah, whatever.
yet to ever hear a coherent pitch for him on any one of the books or characters he's printing. I just don't.
Yeah, but that pisses you off a lot too, doesn't it? Like the fact that he can just shit out a book. and has a built-in audience that's still buying like hundreds of thousands of dollars of whatever he puts out, barely in an announcement, a little like mediocre animated trailer or something, right? Like that probably bothers the fucking hell out of you. Meanwhile, you have to spend hours and hours and hours detracting and trying to shift people over to your book to sell it. Damn.
I mean, hell, and then the worst yet is like this fucking probably typed out by you letter is like, well, you guys are just crabs in a bucket pulling yourself down. I don't know. I mean, it.
Yes. Just admit it. Just admit it. Yes. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I could see how you'd think that way.
I mean, if that crab was trying to pull my fucking pincher off because you know, he doesn't want me to be able to eat.
Oh, you started it. How old are these guys again? You
Yeah.
started it. Oh, he's pulling my pincher off. No,
Yeah.
the fuck he didn't. He was hired. He was paying you.
Yeah.
Like, how do I make that any clearer? He was paying you, but it's not like you're his dedicated artist, and then he was like, "Fuck you, you're fired, bitch. Get on, like, good luck," and you're like homeless on the street. Like, you were getting paid well for a commission for a cover. You guys, I mean, you could just quietly not work with him, right? But you can't help yourself. Fucking YouTubers. You just can't help yourself. You gotta do all this bullshit controversy and make a million videos and oh, it's my kayfabe, and like you gotta have your fucking heels, and you just can't help yourself. Like, you guys fucked a great gig that you had. I don't like, you're clearly still making money off of your own book. I don't understand how he was coming after you.
Yeah.
It's not like he's getting you kicked off of Indiegogo or something. Like, you're being a little dramatic.
You know, I don't know. Am I pulling? What is that? You know,
What are crabs in the bucket? It's when you are angry that someone is doing better or successful.
You don't want somebody to
Trying
get
to-
out of it.
Yeah, you don't want to. You're miserable, and so you want to pull them down to your level inside the bucket, so you can all be shitty, angry crabs, bitter crabs. So you're trying to pull them. Sorry, I was being too literal.
we're not crabs in a bucket. That guy is literally saying, "You're late. You don't give these guys your money. They don't know how to handle money. More money than they ever did see."
I mean, yeah, a lot of you guys, maybe not necessarily you, but I mean, look at the thing that just happened with Jimmy Reyes. I mean,
Yeah.
I hate to be that guy. Like, I met Jimmy. I'm not saying this to say anything bad about his character or anything. I'm just saying, if you look at the results based on the circumstances, that went really south really quick.
Yeah.
And that's not like
In a day.
yeah, and that's not like a one-off. That's not like, oh shit, damn, this happened to Jimmy. Like, fuck, man. It's like, no, oh shit, there's another one. That happens a lot in crowdfunding. I mean, at least Jimmy, again, because he is a good guy, had the wherewithal to communicate with people instead of literally just taking their money and fucking off. Like, he was giving people refunds. He was telling people, hey, I've got health problems. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I've had issues, blah, blah, blah. Like, he was communicating with backers. And again, he was giving people refunds. Like, there's a lot of people in crowdfunding who are literally just taking people's money and fucking off.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, oh, I spent all the money. Sorry.
Yep.
And then when that play didn't work out, then it's like, no, these creators over here know what they doing. Look, let me roll through these creators. Oh, right there, that PTP with Last in the Seekers. Oh, my cards, PTP can't even get his fucking Johnny Phantasm book out, and I don't give a shit.
More about PTP.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just leave that alone.
Like, the hell is this? Like, who is he to go in here and try to be this?
I got a
tell
PTP book about the Sleepy Hollow. He did illustrations, and I got a poker chip, and it's the whole illustrated book of the actual poem, and it's fucking brilliant. And he put inserts in that I framed. There were 5x7s, and I put them side by side, like 3 of them, and they're just his.
Nice.
I don't know if it's his art or whatever. It's really good. I mean, and it's the whole. In fact, I want to sit down and read it this weekend.
That's so weird because I've heard so many bad things about that guy from these guys. And when I asked Luke, like, to ask him for me, oh, is any of that like real? Like, what's going on there? What's that about? And then he laughs because I asked him, like, is that a real thing or just like bullshit between you guys? And they laugh about it. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, so I got this because it came out. I think I got it in like March or something. So it really wasn't Halloween season, but yeah, I want to sit down and read it now that it is. And it's the poem with illustrations. And the artwork's fantastic. It's a great product. So I don't know what this whole anti PTP is, but out of all the independent works in his hardcover, and it's like it's probably one of the best things I've ever backed, really, especially for my taste, because I like the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. I used to listen to it on a record album. Voice actor we got out of a cereal box. It was a long time ago. Anyways,
nice.
And yeah, he had these great illustrations. They're kind of like purple, silver, and black, like type of color schemes.
He seems to be doing a handful of different projects, and they work out pretty well.
And I like what I don't know the guy personally, and I don't know what the beef is with him and the rest of the crew, and I don't care. But as far as all the independent works I backed, this is one of my favorites, and I'm going to look forward this weekend, hopefully, to having the time to sit down and just read it and look at the illustrations.
I mean, all I know is what they say on their streams, and then like what Luke says. I almost got the chance to talk to the guy. I would have just asked him myself, but next time I guess at Heroes Con, or if I see him, I'll ask him, talk to him, get to know him. But yeah, I trust Luke over those guys. Also, hey Ray, sorry, I was looking at a different screen.
Yeah, I
didn't see
talked to him earlier.
Nice.
Yeah,
he said definitely hard work, especially with my line of work. Yelp. So, yep.
So, anyways, but yeah, he has, and you can probably look it up. He probably has it available, but it's a complete the original, because I think it's in the public domain now. By now, the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, and
so you can
put it in a hardcover, small book, and not small, and then he put illustrations with it, and it kind of flows and it looks cool, and it's I don't know, very Halloween, and
nice.
But the inserts he put in were great. It's so good. I framed them like like this shit. Wow.
Yeah, that's cool.
All
right. Well, I have to go, so I'll have to talk about this stuff next week.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. All right. Well, also, I encourage people to go watch the rest of that Perch video, because I guess at least in that clip, he never gets around to it. But Yeah, I think he brings up a couple good points about, crowdfunding and the people who, well, I should say the people who promote crowdfunding, because a lot of people all over the space,
Well,
all over the
there
place
are
are doing
people who,
crowdfunding.
here's the
So
thing. There are people who
it's
need
not
it and there are
just,
people who don't. For the people who need it, I'm 100% for it. But then there are
yeah,
people who don't. And that's when I look at it sideways and go, you're a fucking millionaire and you want people to crowdfund your fucking book. That's where I look sideways.
right.
And then
Well,
they
it's
have to
it's
wait 3 fucking
yeah,
years for your
yeah.
fucking
Well,
book while you're living as a millionaire.
right, exactly. So, but not even that. It's just, I mean, we're talking about a niche group of people. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about like a handful of people in CG, uh, and mainly like a couple people of that
Yeah.
versus another guy that isn't really doing crowdfunding anymore. He's pretty much just doing pre-order campaigns.
Yeah.
So he's doing direct to customer, but you know, there's a ton of people out there doing
And he might be
independent stuff.
fucking that up by ordering 50,000 copies and having a
Well,
warehouse or whatever.
probably
But that's,
probably not anymore. He probably
yeah,
figured it out. But
that
look, like,
is what it is. But
but there's
yeah,
people doing all kinds of stuff. There's people using their websites, and this isn't like it. They make it seem like there's some kind of, it's like this false dichotomy of like you could use crowdfunding platforms or you could just sell direct to customer. No, you can do everything. That's
yeah,
why that's why it was interesting when Keanu did the Berserker and they did Boom did their initial launch on Kickstarter and then they had the book and they sell it in stores and they do fucking everything. Like,
well,
and
and
now,
and this was the shitter is that people who backed the book, they backed the volume, but the floppies were coming out in stores way before the volume. So I know people who backed the book, and I was reading the floppies before they ever got
because
their
it came
books.
out when the volume came. Well,
Right.
that
So,
just goes to show you that like
you know,
everybody doing the crowdfunding for the first time fucks it up. So that's funny. Yeah,
yeah.
we had a similar experience where some of the stores got their issue one of Harley Heroes before some of the backers the way it shipped, and I was like, well, never doing that. I'm going to fulfill every crowdfunding order before I do the stores. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you've got people on websites these guys aren't even going to. Like, you got people that still use Kickstarter for a lot of stuff. Like, you still got a lot of people on Indiegogo. You have people on Fund My Comic now, and there's like I feel like every few months someone's like, "Oh, have you heard of this place?" And I'm like, "No, what's that?" They're like, "Yeah, it's like Kickstarter." I'm like, "Oh, okay, so it's another crowdfunding platform." I mean, this weird thing about you can sell your fucking book on Drive Through Comics and Amazon. Like that's stuff that I'm looking into for Shattermare stuff. Like it's this weird like this false dichotomy of like I understand that's your perspective if you only do crowdfunding and you just got lazy and you never tried to branch out into any other avenues, but everybody else is just kind of throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
a-
That's where we're at.
and the irony is people like you're saying, like if they're millionaires, like we're talking about Ethan, like he had a kind of a built-in audience that he brought over and said, okay, well, I'm going to be on Indiegogo now. So if you want to get Cyberfrog or whatever, you're going to come to me on and I guess the eBay, his, like he uses eBay. That's weird. Like most people just do like a Shopify and set up stuff, but I guess he'd rather pay like 12 to 15% to eBay for his shit. I don't know, in fees. So it's weird. Like, it's this like it is just very tribal. This weird idea of like, well, you're gonna go over there, we're gonna stay over here. Like,
Us versus them, and
yeah, like no, we'll go fucking
we
anywhere
aren't.
and
We're
everywhere.
not part of that.
So
So,
yeah,
anyways, yeah. But let's wrap it up.
yeah. So in closing, I just want to say if you're out there and you're a creator or a consumer, I guess really in any case, if you're a creator, don't think in a tiny box and limit yourself to one or the other. Like, if you find success doing one thing, do it. I mean, basically what Eric July says. It's when he says like, oh, it's not going to work for everybody. What he's basically trying to say is like, look, this is how I did it, and it ended up working out. It may not work for you. You may want to do that, and so that don't take that as, oh, well, you shouldn't do crowdfunding. Take that as you should just see what works. If you figure out a new way to do it, if you have to build a YouTube channel for 10 years, do that. Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
So, and if you're buying stuff from people, buy stuff that you're going to read. Don't buy into the FOMO. That's all I have to say. So,
All right, man. Well,
all right.
In closing, definitely log into shattermarecomics.com and you will find a tab for the Mercenary Guild and Victor and other books. You can back my book and get on the email list. Doesn't cost you a dime. And if you do back the book and sign up for the email list, you will get an exclusive Nicole trading card with your purchase. And you can find me on Twitter at Morb357 or 357, my favorite caliber of gun.
Oh, is that what that is? Nice. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for chatting. We'll see you next time. Good night.
Ciao. Hello, I'm William, the author and creator of Mercenary Guild, the kick-ass new 3-part dark fantasy comic by Shattermare Comics. We're very excited to bring you titles like Mercenary Guild and the new groundbreaking horror sci-fi graphic novel, Victor. For the email newsletter, please sign up at shattermarecomics.com and receive exclusives upon each launch. Then check out the latest issue of Hardly Heroes. Don't forget to grab the physical copy of Lucas the Mucus, written by the great TFM. Oh, and we have anime titties as well. Thanks again.